In accordance with New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, Section 5, adequate notice of the hearing has been provided by notifying the Newark Star Ledger and Jersey Journal newspapers. Also, the schedule of regular hearings and conferences of the Newark Central Planning Board has been posted on the designated bulletin board in the basement of City Hall and filed in the office of the city clerk during January 2025. In addition to adequate notice under the Open Public Meetings Act, electronic notice of this remote public meeting, as is permitted under NJSA 1049.3, was placed on the City of Newark website. Members of the public can make public comments by audio or by audio and video, as permitted by the Zoom electronic communication platform. Now, while in the Zoom meeting, press on raise hand on the bottom left corner of the computer screen or mobile device. Raise hands allows participants to notify the host that they would like to speak without interrupting them. If you are calling in, press star 9 on your telephone to raise your hand. The Central Planning Board will be mindful of the number of items on the agenda and will move as expeditiously as possible to complete the agenda. However, due to the amount of development requiring board review and the complexity of projects, it may not be possible to hear every item if the meeting runs later than 11 p.m. In the event that the agenda is not completed by 11 tonight, the board will finish hearing the applications that are in the process of listening to, but no new application will be called after that item is complete. Any applications that have not been heard by that time will be rescheduled to the earliest available date, which will be announced on the record if possible. The meeting of the Central Planning Board will now come to order. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Member Jordan. Excuse me. Absent. Commissioner Baez.
Present.
Commissioner Purdy.
Present.
Commissioner Simmons. We have his absent. Actually, he's just joining. I'll come back. Commissioner Scott Roundtree. We have his absent. Commissioner De Silva.
Present.
Commissioner Timmons. Are you with us? I see you joined. I'll come back. Commissioner James.
Present.
Commissioner Austin.
Here.
Commissioner Timmons. I didn't hear that. Okay. Co-Chair Witcher, we have as absent. Chair Richardson.
Here.
We have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you. Let's move to, we're going to go out of order, everyone. So we're going to move to CPB 24-28, which is 184-186 Ferry Street for an adjournment.
How you doing? Did I get the Blackberry Stage Lemonade Refresher?
Hey, Commissioner James. Go.
We have Mr. Montero joining us.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Carlos Montero appearing on behalf of application number 4, CPB-2428, and I'm requesting an adjournment of today's hearing.
Understood. Madam Secretary, what's the next available date?
We have agreed upon April 21st.
And you will still have your notice.
Preserving notices.
Yes.
All right. See you on the
Yes.
21st. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
And we're going to move out of order and we're going to go to Mr. Barrett. And this is, number 7 and number 8. Please proceed, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good evening, board. So this evening we have 2 brief area need of redevelopment investigation reports. The first, number 7 on the agenda, involves 3 properties, block 53, lots 4, 9, and 11. This is 17-25 Academy Street, 27 Academy Street, and 29-31 Academy Street. These properties are right in the heart of downtown, just west of Broad Street at the corner of Halsey Street and Academy Street. The 17-25 Academy Building is a historic 12-story skyscraper that extends between the block from Academy Street to the back, and the other properties are located at the corner. The main criteria that we're looking at here is criterion B of the local redevelopment and housing law that involves substantial vacancy of commercial properties. These are commercial buildings. There's mixed use to them. There are retail storefronts on the ground floor and office space generally above. Each of the buildings has approximately 50% vacancy and has for at least the last several years. Generally, since the COVID-19 pandemic, there's been substantial vacancy within the office spaces to reach the threshold of what would begin to be considered significant from a commercial real estate standpoint. The board may remember there was an approval granted back in 2022 to permit the conversion of the 17 Academy building into residential units, maintaining some commercial spaces on the ground floor, and constructing some additions, new build next to it to be on the footprint of the 27 and 29-31 Academy Street buildings. But that project has not yet moved forward. The council has asked the board to consider this area in need of redevelopment investigation to help spur a future project at the site. The council authorized this investigation as a non-condemnation investigation, which means, of course, that eminent domain cannot be utilized to take property if it is so designated. So basically, we have conditions that meet criterion B based on the substantial vacancy. I'll show if I can get my screen to share here. I'll show a few pictures of the properties. So we're looking at the same thing. This is a view. You see, okay, this is a view generally from the corner of Halsey and Academy Street. We can see the taller 12-story building toward the right side of the image and the shorter 4-story buildings. And again, these have active uses on the ground floor, but it's really the upper floor office spaces that are experiencing substantial vacancies that rise to meet the criterion. So anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to field them.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public?
Seeing none at this time, Chair.
In that case, I need a motion.
So move, Chair.
Moved by
Second.
Commissioner James. Who
Second.
second?
Second,
Second by Commissioner Roundtree. And I want to note that Co-Chair Witcher is with us as well.
I also want to, if I may speak by the chair, I'm going to be transitioning from one apparatus to another. So I'll be in and out, but I am at the meeting. Just give me, I'm in my office now. On my way to my car, I'm going to transition to my phone, which means I'll be off for a second. Okay?
Understood.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Commissioner Purdy,
Present.
is that a yes?
Yes.
Commissioner Bias,
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons,
Yes.
Commissioner De Silva,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott Roundtree,
Yes,
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Austin,
Yes.
Co-Chair Witcher,
Yeah.
Chair Richardson.
Yes. The application been approved. Mr. Barry, let's move to number 8, which is 828-832 Summer Ave.
Sure. Number 8 on the agenda is 828-832 Summer Avenue. It's block 815, lot 12 in the North Ward. And again, this is a non-condemnation area and redevelopment investigation that's been directed by the City Council. The existing, the property is located between Verona Avenue and Irving Street. It's just opposite where Winthrop Street tees into Summer Avenue. It's about a quarter of an acre property that has was a residential structure, appears to have been a 2-family at one time, but is currently uninhabited and vacant. The utility meters have been removed. The structure has fallen into some disrepair. I'll share some images here from the report. See, so we can see frontage of the property is overgrown. We've got structure showing some signs of disrepair. There's some commercial style garages toward the rear. We zoom in, you can see that the utility meters, the electric meters have been removed from the property, so it's certainly not occupied or occupiable today. And then when you look in the back, you can see that it's seen better days generally. This addition part in the rear is crumbling. You can see the masonry foundations collapsed. The garage doors are all in various states of disrepair, as are the garage buildings and the site themselves. Essentially, what we have here is a property that meets the criterion A under the local redevelopment and housing law, in that there are conditions of dilapidation and other factors that would lead to an unwholesome living or working condition. Certainly, the building is not habitable in its current state, and the property is in poor condition and deteriorating. The lack of upkeep, the overgrowth along the frontage is detracting from the neighborhood, and certainly it's very much a classic example of blight that is in need of redevelopment today. So with that, I'll stop sharing and answer any questions.
Commissioners, any questions or comments? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public?
Seeing none at this time, Chair.
In that case, I need a motion.
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Baez,
Second.
second by Commissioner De Silva. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Commissioner Baez,
Yes.
Commissioner Simmons,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott Roundtree,
Yes.
Commissioner De Silva,
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Austin,
Yes.
Co-Chair Richard,
Yes.
Chair Richardson.
Yes. Been approved. Let's move back to the top of the order. CPB 21-61, which is an extension at 302-322 Lyons Avenue.
Who wrote else should be joining us?
Good evening, everyone. How are you?
Good.
Hi, my name is Michele Parada. I'm an attorney with Convergent Law located at 101 Eisenhower Parkway, Suite 101, Roseland, New Jersey. I represent 308 Lyons Ave Urban Renewal LLC, formerly known as 308 Lyons Ave. In you, LLC. This is in connection with application CPB 21-61 concerning property located at 302-322 Lyons Ave, Newark, New Jersey, block 3724, lots 8, 9, and 11. My client's requesting a 3-year extension of the preliminary and final site plan with C variance approval granted to the applicant set forth in resolution CPB 21-61. This is our first extension request, and we're asking for 3 years to account for last year through the next 2 years.
Thank you. Board, any questions or comments? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public?
Seeing none at this time,
In
Chair.
that case, I need a motion.
Motion.
Moved by Commissioner Roundtree,
Second it.
second by Commissioner Baez. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Commissioner De Silva,
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons. I didn't catch that, Commissioner Timmons. My apologies.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Baez,
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy,
No.
Commissioner Scott Roundtree,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Austin,
Yes.
Co-Chair Richard,
Yes.
Chair Richardson.
Yes, your extension has been approved. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Let's move to CPB 22-103, which is 376-382 Broadway.
We have Mr. Hockaday joining us.
Good morning or evening.
It's morning somewhere, just not here.
One is just not here. How is everyone doing?
Good.
I am Steve Hockaday, representing 25-27 Norfolk Street LLC with respect to an extension of an application that was previously approved under CPB 22-103. Site plan approval was granted for this. We're requesting a 2-year extension for 2 reasons. One is to finalize the financing that is being secured for that, but also importantly, there are issues that we're working out and permits that we're seeking with the Water and Sewer Department that have not come in yet, that have held up the progress of the deal. So we're just asking for some additional time so that we can bring this all to fruition. With that, I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments on this extension?
Yes.
Hearing none.
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy.
Yes. How long you had that property there?
Let me see. Give me just 1 second. Are you talking about prior to approval?
Yeah. Yeah.
Give me just 1 second. I don't have that information right at hand.
But been approved a year ago, you trying to tell me though?
What'd you say?
When was it last approved?
It
2
was,
years ago.
2 years ago.
yeah, in March 27, 2023. It was just approved. Yeah, a little over 2 years ago.
You want 2 more years? Right.
Yes, we have permits that are pending. I mean, we've been moving forward with it, but we've been held up by Water and Sewer with the city.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments?
I have a question, Chair.
Co-chair with you.
So water and sewer are the issue. About how long do you think it'll take for the situations to be mediated or rectified?
They tell me it should take no more than 3 months to finalize the permits.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public?
Seeing none at this time, Chair.
In that case, I need a motion.
Moving it.
Moved by Commissioner Baez.
Second.
Second by Commissioner De Silva. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Commissioner Scott Roundtree,
I'm sorry, yes.
okay. Commissioner De Silva,
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons,
Put a thumbs up or something, brother. Commissioner Timmons.
okay.
Yeah, but your audio hard to understand. We need an interpreter.
Commissioner Baez,
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Austin,
Yes.
Co-chair Witcher. I see a thumbs up.
Thumbs
Yes.
up. Got it.
Chair Richardson.
Yes. Your extension has been approved. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to new applications with CPB 24-100, which is 218 Fairmount Avenue. Applicants available.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Noemi Velosi on behalf of the applicant. I'm looking for my team.
We have Mr. Fernandez and we have Mr. McDonough. Is there anyone else?
That is exactly who I need.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Noemi Velosi on application CPB 24-100. And if we can have Mr. Fernandez sworn in so we can get this moving.
Good evening, Mr. Fernandez. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation to this application.
Jorge Fernandez, FERNANDES, registered architect.
Mr. Fernandez, is your license current?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you're accepted by the board, Mr. Fernandez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fernandez, earlier we reviewed the planner's report on this matter.
That is correct.
Have we done something with our rendering?
Yes, I have a new rendering.
Could you put that up so we could show the differences?
Sure.
And Ms. Evans Parson, if we can mark this as Exhibit 1 since it hasn't been submitted.
Yes.
This is the
Nothing
proposed.
there, George.
I'm sorry?
Now it's there.
Okay. That's the proposed rendering.
Okay.
The biggest change is the brick masonry material that we added. We also increased the glazing, and we added the balconies as an architectural feature to the front facade of the property. In doing so, we eliminated the front transparency variance that we were requesting.
All right. Thank you, George. If you could take us through the plans, please.
Sure. Okay, so we have here start with the site. We have the existing vacant site on Fairmount Avenue. We have some buildings to the north and south existing, which I believe are either 2 or 3 family homes. We have a existing street tree on the sidewalk, which we're looking to preserve unless the city arborist decides otherwise. And what we are proposing to do is to construct a 4-story, 4-family building. We have a 22-foot width, 77 foot 6 inches in depth. We are setting back our building 16 feet as the neighbors are doing the same. They both have driveways, and that's why their setback, I believe, is 1711. We are proposing a grass planting area in the front of our building, and we'll also plant an on-site tree on that planting area. We will not be providing parking for this development. The rear yard, we have 6'6" to the rear property line, and we have 3 feet on the northern property line, and we have 0 feet on the southern property line. I'll go into the floor plans. We have the basement floor plan that we'll begin with. This basement is merely for the use of the tenants for recreation space. It doesn't have any bathrooms. It's also an area to store recyclables and have some utilities on that area. The first apartment is on the ground floor, the first floor plan, where we're proposing a 3-bedroom apartment. This also is a handicap accessible apartment, as it is a requirement for buildings of 4 units or more. So we are showing a living space in the front that's accessible via a front stair and front entry door. But we also have a side entrance that's accessible via a ramp that goes up the side to give access to that first level, to that first apartment for somebody who would be in a wheelchair. The bedrooms I have here, we have the larger bedrooms, 113 square feet. We have 100 square feet for the smaller bedroom. And we have 2 bathrooms, one of them being handicap accessible, mechanical room with laundry, and of course a kitchen living space in the front. This building being 4 stories, we are required 2 stairs, so we have two stairs. We have a stair in the rear that gives access to the rear yard of the building to all of the apartments. So we have a second floor plan, which is a 3-bedroom also. We have the largest bedroom at 120 square feet and the smallest at 100 square feet. It also has 2 bathrooms. It also has a laundry inside a mechanical closet. It does have an office, 110 square feet behind the kitchen, and of course, the living area in the front. The third and fourth floor plans are identical to the second floor. We have the elevation. Again, this was the elevation that was submitted. We were showing the 3 windows, and we were at 21% glazing. When we switched the windows to the sliding doors for the balconies, we will be able to comply with the 30% glazing requirement of the ordinance. We also changed the material from 7-inch straight cedar vinyl siding to have some brick masonry along the northern side of the building. The side yard, this is the northern side, which has the ramp. Again, that gives access to that lowest apartment for handicap accessibility. And we have a lot of windows on this side, as it's we have 3 feet and we are able to do so. So we are compliant with the percentage requirement, as well as, of course, windows into the basement. And the other side, unfortunately, it's on the property line, so we cannot have any windows. And the rear, we have here shown 5%, but we can add another window to each of the floors and be able to attain the 10% requirement and also eliminate the variance there.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any other questions of Mr. Fernandez.
Okay. Commissioner, any questions or comments?
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy.
I noticed when I looked at the houses around the area, most of them is 3-story high. Why go 4?
The reason that the client asked me that it's because of the C2 zone that this is located that allows 4 stories and allows multifamily structures.
You'll be the only 4-story building in the area on the whole block.
That is correct.
Oh, you know that. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, any other questions or comments?
I have one. What?
Commissioner,
No, go ahead.
What does the parking look like in that neighborhood? I know you're not providing parking, but will residents be able to park at night or during the day?
It is my understanding that the zoning ordinance on the C2 zones doesn't require parking, and this is a C2 zone.
Correct. I was just curious if you knew what the parking was like in that neighborhood.
I'm not aware of the. I did not do a parking study. I don't believe anyone in our team did.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trafficante. Let's get him sworn in, Mr. Beck.
Good evening, Mr. Trafficante. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Do.
Please just state your name and your employment.
Trafficante, I am a principal engineer and a professional engineer. I am employed for the City of Newark, Department of Engineering. License is active and in good standing with State Board.
Go ahead, Mr. Trafficante. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Fernandez, in the Engineering Department's report to the board dated March 18th, can you comply with all those comments except for the one that requires testimony?
Yes, I went through the report. We can comply with the requirement.
Including lighting?
Including lighting, yes.
In regard to, I believe it's on page 2, item 2, survey, Roman numeral 8. Survey indicates an existing sidewalk that runs along the south side yard property line of the subject lot and is within the subject lot that provides access to and from the rear yard of adjoining lot 5, block 262, located to the south. Applicant property owner shall provide testimony to the board as to what ingress egress easements exist within subject to lot 8, block 262, for the benefit of the property owner of adjoining lot 5, block 262, located to the south. Should no easements approvals exist, applicant property owner shall provide additional testimony to the board as to the future disposition of this existing sidewalk encroachment should the board approve this application. Can you address that?
Yes. I believe that pavement was placed there by when they constructed that dwelling, and it is on our property. I'm not aware of any easements, and I believe it's going to be taken out because we are going to be building to the property line on that side, and there is 2.1 feet between the property line and the subject building to the south.
Is either you or your client aware of any easements, implied or otherwise, for ingress egress granted to the adjoining property owner?
We are not aware of any.
All right, then. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trafficante. Commissioners, any other questions or comments for the architect?
I had a question.
Co-chair with you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering why the ground floor is to be barren. Would there be, I know that you said that recycling would go there, but that's a large amount of space to leave just open.
The basement, you mean, Vice Chair?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. The basement. This developer has done this in other applications. He uses it as tenant recreation space, as well as some mechanical closet storage, meters. But that's why he wants to leave it open.
Okay. So if it's entertainment, why not a toilet, especially if there are people that are all the way up on the fourth floor coming down?
Well, we always thought that the toilet could potentially lead to somebody ultimately in the future, whoever buys this property, converting that into an apartment, and that is not our intention. So that's why we leave it out of the of that space. Not that my client intends to sell, but that is his intention.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments?
Chairman.
Mr. Barry.
Yes.
Mr. Beck, let's get Mr. Barry sworn in here.
Good evening, Mr. Barrett. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
I do. Thank
you. Just please state your name and affiliation.
Sure. John Barry, professional planner, consultant to the board. Mr. Fernandez, did you have a chance to review my report?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any comments about the recommendation I made that perhaps a 3-story building that didn't require the rear stair would be more appropriate for this property in light of the fact that you have virtually no rear setback where 30 feet is required, and you're undersized by 1,000 square feet for the 4-story version of the building here?
I mean, we discussed it with my client. The setback, the lack of rear yard setback, it has to do a lot with the fact that the street frontage of this block is set back 20 feet, almost 20 feet. If all of the properties adjacent to us were set forward, we would be able to have a larger rear yard setback, perhaps 20 feet. And that is why we designed this in this way, trying to respect the front yard setback of the neighborhood. I mean, obviously the building can be 3 stories. That would eliminate 1 dwelling unit. But again, this is C2 and it allows multifamily. So that's where we left off on the planning stage of this project.
Okay. Could you share your floor plans? I just want to ask a couple questions.
Okay.
Okay. So the each of the what's the depth of the rear staircase?
We have here 6 foot 4 inches in
6'4".
inside dimensions.
Okay. And each of the units has, I mean, 4 bedrooms plus a storage room, the upper 3 floors at least.
The upper 3 floors have 3 bedrooms plus the office, and has a storage space also behind the stairs.
Right. So that office is the same size as the bedroom right above it.
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying that if these units were 3 bedrooms, including the office, and didn't have the rear staircase because they only had to be 3 stories, you would have a decent sized rear yard. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I believe you would have a rear yard that's 12 feet.
Well,
I believe.
just without the staircase, you'd have a rear yard
Correct.
that's about 12 feet. Okay.
Correct.
But if the floor plans were not so deep, I mean, these are substantial units. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. So there's a version of this project that is more in scale with the size of the property, considering the setback issues and the fact that you're constrained on your floor plan with these rear staircases that are required because it's a 4-story building. And as far as the ground floor goes, could you show us the ground floor real quick?
Yes.
Okay. So even in a version where the rear yard were expanded, could this be designed as a 1 or 2 bedroom unit rather than a 3 bedroom unit with the storage closet?
I believe that this could still be a 3 bedroom unit if we were to remove the stairs.
Okay. All right. I think that there are considerable issues with the size of the building on this undersized lot and the complete lack of backyard. So I'll just leave that for the board to consider. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Commissioners, any other questions or comments?
I want to follow up on what Mr. Barry just mentioned. I'm wondering
Co-chair with
why. Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering why it seems that there's no consideration of scaling down.
We did discuss perhaps removing the offices and therefore condensing the floor plan. Leaving it at 4 stories, but essentially removing the depth of the office from the total building length.
Co-chair?
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm in tune with Mr. Barry. I think the ordinance is 2,500 square feet for a 3-family house, and you want to put a 4-family house there with everything that Mr. Barry just cited. I think you're just this proposal is a little too large for the lot size. I think you might want to rethink this and put it at a 3-story and not a 4-story. You might want to have a conversation with your client.
Mr. Chairman, can we have a short recess to have a conversation with the client?
That will be a good suggestion. It might be a longer than, because how long do you need?
Mr. Chairman, I would say 5 minutes.
5 minutes, you got it. Time check. Madam Secretary, what time you got?
I have 6:41.
6:41? 6:46, we adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You got it, 5 minutes. Mr. Veloz, what
Mr. Chair,
time, hold on, what time is it, Madam Secretary?
6:46.
Okay, let's go.
Mr. Chairman, I've reviewed this with both Mr. Fernandez and my client. We are in a C2 area, and in consideration of giving some backyard space, I believe that if Mr. Fernandez will testify, if we remove that office back part of it, we can decrease the size of the structure by 10 feet, which would allow a nice sized backyard.
But what's allowed in 2,500 square feet is a 3-family is what's allowable, and you still want to put a 4-family in that space. Is that correct?
That is what
So
my
you still
client would like to do.
so that seems to me it's just too much. It doesn't fit the footage that the square foot that you have. It doesn't fit.
Well, then, Mr. Chairman, the only thing I can ask is if we can adjourn today's hearing so that we can revise these plans and meet with Mr. Barry to see if we can somehow resolve this.
I think that's what you want to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we
You're
have a new
very
date?
welcome. Well, Madam Secretary,
The next available we have is May 5th.
May 5th. That should give you enough time, Mr. Veloz, and your notice will be preserved.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
Likewise. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to number 5 on the agenda, CPB 25-07944-946 Bergen Street. Mr. Sauer.
This order should be joining us. Mr. Sutter, I believe I have your architect on. Is Mr. McDonough your planner?
Yes,
Okay.
and Zachariah Cullen is our engineer.
Okay. Not Mr. Andrew?
Andrew's, oh no, he's on the next one.
Okay. Okay, I believe your team is on, Mr. Sutter.
Thank you. Mr. Chair,
Floor is yours, sir.
members of the board, I appreciate you all in your time. I'm delighted to bring to you guys all what we're referring to as Mildred's Bridge, Bergen Street. The name comes from our late council president in honor of her and her commitment to the community. This is a 8-unit low-income property. It's 3 stories, consisting of 8 one-bedroom, all affordable units on Bergen Street. It's a fairly simple application that we are seeking minimal relief on in this application. And hopefully we can get you out of here in regard to this application pretty quickly. I would like to call my engineer first to go over the site plan.
Good evening, Mr. Cullen. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation to this application.
My name is Zechariah Cullen, and I am the civil engineer for the project.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Can you give your background for the record, please?
Sure. I am a professionally licensed engineer in the state of New Jersey since 2018. I've been practicing engineering professionally for over 10 years now on both private and public projects across New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. I received my bachelor's of science in civil engineering from the College of New Jersey in 2013, and over the last 6 years, I've testified before planning and zoning boards and commissions throughout New Jersey. Most recently, the city of Plainfield, West Windsor Township, Borough of Tenafly, to name a few.
Thank you. And your license is currently active?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Chair?
You're accepted by the board. Please continue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cullen, are you in receipt of the engineer's reports dated March 19th? There are two of them. One was the staff report and one was the outside engineering report.
Yes, I am.
As well as the March 24th, 2023 water and sewer report.
Yes.
Can we agree that we will work with the engineering department to resolve all outstanding items?
Yes, I can agree to that.
Thank you. Could you go ahead into your presentation, please?
Sure. I have a couple exhibits. I'll share one of them here.
We'll mark this as E1 for the boards as exhibit E1.
And this is an essentially an overall aerial exhibit showing the site and the surrounding area. So the site is known as 944 to 946 Bergen Street, also known as Block 3654, Lot 13. The site itself is approximately 5,000 square feet. It's a 50-foot by 100-foot lot and is located at the corner of Bergen Street and Cooster Ave with frontages on both. It's rectangular in shape and it's located in the South Ward in the Bergen Street corridor. Specifically, it's part of Bergen Street redevelopment plan and is located in the mixed use neighborhood commercial district. Excuse me. The property is surrounded by various uses, including commercial, residential, and nonprofit. Several of the lots in the immediate vicinity are vacant and or in need of redevelopment. Specifically to the north, we have a commercial lot. To the south is a nonprofit. To the east is a vacant asphalt lot. And to the west across the street is a commercial lot or commercial use. Currently, the site exists as a parking lot. It has been relatively unused and vacant for the better part of a decade. The entire site is paved with asphalt with cracks throughout the surface and some overgrown brush along the perimeter. There's a one-story masonry building. Zoom in here. So this being our site on the corner of Custer and Bergen. There's a one-story masonry building here to the plan south here that abuts our property. There is fencing running along the remaining property lines that are not abutted by a building. Along the two street frontages is an 8-foot tall wrought iron fence. And then along the side yard and the rear yard is a 6-foot chain link fence. There is a depressed curb along Custer Ave here and a gate in the wrought iron fence to provide vehicular access to the site. So that's an overview of kind of the site, the existing site as a whole. Calvin, I can get into the application itself and what we're proposing now.
Please.
So as discussed, the applicant is seeking a preliminary and final major site plan approval to construct approximately 3,000 square foot mixed use development that would contain 8 residential affordable units and approximately 150 square feet at the ground floor for support services. The 3-story, 3,000 square foot building. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. The building will face, so actually, let me get to my next exhibit here. This is a site rendering of the proposed site. So the building will face Bergen Street with the main entrance to the common space located here, right in the center of the building. There will be mulched flower beds provided on either side of the entrance. Additional access is provided on either side here, and here. And this would give more direct, not direct access to the residential units, but more so the entrances that the residents will be using will give access to the two ground floor units as well as a stairwell to the units above. A portion of the side yard abutting lot 10 will be grass, as well as the entirety of the rear yard, which will also include here in the back a stormwater management basin or a bioretention basin for the purpose of stormwater management. Landscaping is proposed within the front yard, as I mentioned, along Bergen Street, as well as along Custer Ave here, along the side yard. There are additional plantings provided along the rear of the building, and then the bioretention basin is heavily planted. And then there's one proposed tree located in the south corner of the site there. There's a refuse enclosure located in the corner of the site here along Custer. The refuse enclosure will be used for both refuse and recycling. And the intention is that tenants will bring their refuse and recycling outside and deposit the bags into the appropriate bins themselves. No off-street parking is required for this development, and none is provided or proposed. On-street parking is provided throughout on both sides of the street, on both Custer and Bergen Street. As far as grading, the building will have a proposed finished floor elevation of 99.33, and the surrounding site will pitch away from the building, with the entire building and much of the site draining to the proposed bioretention basin in the rear yard. The basin will control the runoff generated by the 10-year storm and will ultimately discharge to Custer Ave at a rate in accordance with Newark code. As far as utilities, water and sewer, both fire and domestic, will be obtained from Custer Ave via the existing sanitary and water main, and gas and electric will both come from Bergen Street. As far as lighting, 4 wall-mounted fixtures are provided around the building, and they are to be mounted at a height of 8 feet above proposed grade. So that's the proposed development overview.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I don't have any additional questions.
Commissioners, questions or comments for the engineer? Madam Secretary, you got a question?
Just to make it clear for the record, exhibit A2 is the site rendering, Mr. Souter, right?
E2, I'm sorry.
E2? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Trafficante, floor is yours, sir. You're still under oath.
All right, no, so I don't need to be sworn in?
No.
You're under oath.
All right, well, new application.
That's okay. You're still the engineer for the city.
All right, well, thank you. All right, Mr. Cullen. Do you have a copy of the Department of Engineers report to the planning board dated March 19th, 2025?
I do.
When you testified you can work with the Department of Engineering to comply with all the comments, does that mean you can't comply or no?
It means that I believe there are many items on your letter that are easily addressed, whether that's a simple plan revision or an addition of a note or something of that matter. But I think there are a couple items that require some additional coordination between myself and your office. I know we spoke on the phone last week about a few of the comments that you had. I believe there's a few items that I would like to meet with you on and discuss a little bit further and make sure that we come to an agreement on something that will satisfy you and your office as well as the client.
Well, not to beat around the bush, Mr. Cullen, I just need a simple yes or no answer. All right, can you not just work with us, but can you satisfy these comments? Because I don't want to find out later that you refuse or you can't.
Mr. Trafficante, this is.
Cannot comply with Mr. Souter. I have the floor. Thank you. Is there anything in the engineering's report to the board that you cannot or don't see compliance with? Now's the time to tell us.
Sure. So there are a couple items that I would need a little bit more time to see how we were going to comply with them. One of those items being the extension of the combined sewer main from down the block. I just currently don't have enough information to confirm that that was a feasible option with existing utilities and any possible conflicts. So that's an item that I want to make every effort to comply with everything in your letter. I just need a little bit more time and a conversation and discussion with you to figure out exactly how we address some of these items.
We'll also need to discuss that to the Department of Water and Sewer. Are you aware of that?
I am aware, yes.
Okay. All right, then, other than that, is it fair to say the remaining comments can be addressed?
Mr. Trafficante, if I may, at this particular point in time, I would note again that we received these reports between March 19th and March 24th. So we're asking for a courtesy for a condition of approval to be that we will work these items out with the Department of Engineering to the Department of Engineering's standard as a condition of approval.
All right. So is that a yes?
It is not a blanket yes. It is a request for a condition of approval for us to work with the Department of Engineering to get to a place of approval. As you know, there's been some common requests that have come through the city. And as much as we want to be able to do certain things, many of them, the projects themselves don't call for it. And we would like to be able to have a reasonable conversation amongst the professionals to get there.
All right, so otherwise you're going to return to the board then, right?
We would need to return if we could not agree. I believe we will be able to agree on these, Mr. Trafficante. It's just the timing of this makes it difficult.
All right, well, again, we got this last minute. You are aware of that, Mr. Souter. We learned about
I am not necessarily aware of it. The water and sewer report hit our desk today. So for us to be able to say that we can fully comply with it without actually being able to do what our professionals normally would do, I think would be inappropriate on our behalf.
Well, that being said, Mr. Souter, are either you or Mr. Cullen going to answer my next 4 questions regarding testimony?
Oh, no.
All right, let's start on page 2 under survey, item 2, Roman numeral 3.
Which report are you looking at, Mr. Trafficante?
March 19th from the Department of Engineering.
Are you looking at the staff report or the outside report?
No, I'm looking at the staff report. I didn't believe there was an outside.
Okay.
Got us confused with the next application, Mr. Souter. No, I'm dead serious. That's the next
Okay.
So let's stay focused. The staff report from the Department of Engineering dated March 19th for 944-946 Bergen Street. On page 2, item 2, survey, Roman numeral 3. Survey shows an existing 8-foot wrought iron fence that encroaches into the public right-of-way for Bergen Street by 0.2 feet. Applicant shall provide testimony to the board as to what approvals, easements exist from the city of Newark for the benefit of subject lot 13, allow for this existing fence to encroach into the public right-of-way for Bergen Street. Should no approvals exist and the fence is to remain where and as it is, Department of Engineering recommends to the board the applicant property owner be required to contact the city of Newark's legal department to find out what they need to do. Do you know?
That fence will be removed.
Okay, fence to be removed. Okay, next item. Page 2, item 2, survey, Roman numeral 4. Applicant, property owner, and or their surveyor shall provide testimony to the board as to what is the unknown anomaly area per reference number 5 as called out within the subject lot on the survey that has been provided. Applicant survey shall clarify with notes on a revised survey plan. Could either of you, Mr. Souter or Mr. Cullen, explain to us what is the unknown anomaly area per reference number 5?
I think that would be a Mr. Cullen question, if he can answer.
Yes, sure. So our firm is not the surveyor of record, but I can say that looking at the survey, it looks like these anomalies or whatever they're referencing are related to some some underground, some identified utilities underground using some ground penetrating radar, it seems. So that's a question that I'll have to further discuss with the surveyor and find out exactly what they're referring to.
Well, as far as you know, Mr. Cullen, it has to do with something in the form of an underground utility.
Potentially, yes, because it was a utility locating service that indicated that area. So it could be nothing. I don't want to opine as to what it might actually be. That's something that I will have to discuss with the surveyor of record.
Next item, page 3, item 2, Roman numeral 5. Survey indicates a former infrastructure area per reference number 5 that crosses over the common side yard property line with adjoining lot 10, block 3654, located to the southeast. Applicant property owner shall provide testimony to the board as to what this former infrastructure area was and what easements exist when subject lot 13 for the benefit of the property owner of neighboring lot 10 to allow for the former infrastructure area to encroach into lot 13. Should no easements approvals exist within subject lot 13, applicant property owner shall provide additional testimony to the board as to the future disposition of this existing former infrastructure area encroachment should the board approve this application. Again, Mr. Cullen, do you know what is meant by former infrastructure area per reference number 5 as per your surveyor's survey?
I do not know the exact meaning behind that note, and that's something I will again have to discuss with the surveyor to determine exactly what that is. I will add that I am not aware of any easements in this area related to the former infrastructure area noted on the survey.
Well, as far as you know, but you're not certain, there's no easements within the subject lot for use of a common infrastructure area or infrastructure area belonging to the adjoining lot? Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say I'm not aware of any easements.
But it doesn't mean one may not exist.
It never means one may not exist. I could always be wrong, but to my knowledge, I am not aware of any easements.
What is your staff planning to do? Are you or your surveyor planning to do to address this question?
It's a conversation that I'll have to have with the surveyor to determine exactly what they were noting on the survey, and then go from there.
And then last item. Item 2, page 3, item 2, survey, Roman numeral 6. Survey indicates an existing 6-foot chain link fence with barbed wire on top of it that crosses over the common side yard property lines with adjoining lot 10, block 3654, located to the east and south. Applicant property owner shall provide testimony to the board as to who this existing 6-foot chain link fence with barbed wire on top belongs to. Should belong to the property owner of subject lot 13, block 3654. Applicant property owner shall provide additional testimony to the board as to the future disposition of this existing chain link fence with barbed wire, since chain link fence with barbed wire is not allowed anywhere in the city within the city of Newark. Can you address that, Mr. Collins?
Yes, I'm comfortable saying the applicant has no issue with removing that barbed wire fence, chain link fence and barbed wire if it does indeed belong to us. I know it does come onto our property. So that is, again, a conversation with the surveyor a little bit and potentially determining who that fence belongs to. And if it does belong to us, we have no issue removing it.
Should it belong to your neighbor? What do you plan to do?
What would the board prefer be done in that instance? I feel like if it's on our property, it's something that we can remove. And we can go down that route if that is the case.
Yes, you're also gonna have a conversation with the adjoining property owner about that as well, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and let the rest of us know in writing.
Correct.
All right, and go from there. All right. All right, otherwise, you stated you can go basically make an effort to work with the Department of Engineering to comply or try to comply with all the comments in the Department of Engineers report to the board dated March 19, 2025. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, Charlie, yes.
That's as good as you're gonna get. No, really. No further questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay, we have Mr. Jamali with his hand raised.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Let's get him sworn in, Mr. Beck.
Good evening, Mr. Jamali. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation.
My name is Asadullah Jamali, Principal Engineer for the Department of Water and Sewer.
Thank you.
Mr. Cullen, in regards to the memo that you received from the Department of Water and Sewer today, is there anything specific that you are incapable of complying with? I heard with the back and forth between Charlie and yourself
Sure,
and Mrs. Souter.
sure. I'll say, first of all, I do appreciate you getting me that letter, and also Mr. Tripicanti, I appreciate you getting us that letter as well. I understand the time constraints in getting that to us. With that, I will say that I did receive it at 5 o'clock. So it's difficult for me to say that I can comply with everything without question that's in your letter, without giving me a little bit of time to review it and go through it and go through the actual design and all the implications. So I would ask the same, or I would answer it the same way, and that I would like to work with your office to ensure that we can comply to your satisfaction. But it's tough for me to say right now that I can comply with everything in the letter.
Well, I would like to point out there's two specific comments in there, one regarding the water main replacement, regarding the extension of the storm line. The Department of Water and Sewer is not like the Department of Engineering. There aren't any back and forths. Those are things you're going to be obligated to do regardless of. So it's really a matter of whether you're going to comply or not comply.
Yeah, I think AJ, for all due respect, and this is Calvin Souter, we don't have a different answer for that. Obviously, if we can't comply with what ultimately is decided, then that's something that may render the project undoable altogether. So I appreciate the comment, and we know that Water and Sewer has a mandate to get certain things done. In this instance, given what is there, without having some conversation about it of how we can achieve it, probably together, it's going to be very difficult to do this project. We noted at the forefront of this application, this is an 8-unit affordable housing development that's being done in conjunction with NACA, one of the nation's affordable housing developers, to help us be able to provide this to the neediest residents in our city. So to say that we will do it now without further discussions, I think would not do this application justice.
Well, Mrs. Souter, again, these aren't things that need to be discussed or determined at a later time. This is a straightforward yes or no, especially with the Department of Water and Sewer. You're either going to comply with those two comments, specifically those two, which are the grave concern, or you're not, which is just going to stop the project at this point. So again,
Yeah, no, it may stop the project, AJ. That's what I'm acknowledging that it may stop the project. And if I'm forced to say yes or no right now, we may kill the project this evening, which I think that we would, as reasonable professionals, I've sat and worked with you on many occasions on issues like this, where we've had to come up with reasonable ways in order to accomplish what the city wants. And we've been able to do that. And I'm just asking for the opportunity to be able to do that with this application.
okay.
If you're telling me I need to make that expenditure tonight without having any conversation, then I would tell you that, we can agree to that this evening, right? And we should just say that these 8 units are not something that we're all interested in doing.
Okay. So you understand and your client understands there's a possibility that if we don't come to an agreement, this project will just die.
Absolutely. I understand that across the board on everything that we said that we would work to an agreement on. If we can't get to an agreement and anybody in water, sewer, or engineering at large says that we didn't reach an agreement, I cannot get a compliance certification, right? So we will work diligently to be able to satisfy water and sewer in this instance.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you for the record.
Commissioners, any questions or comments? I just have one, Mr. Sauter. Routinely,
Yes.
these issues are ironed out before they get to the board. We should never be put in a position where you guys are going back and forth with engineering, water and sewer on this particular, at this particular juncture in your application. That stuff should have been done before you got here. I understand you just got the water and sewer report at 5 o'clock. So I don't know why that is. I don't know why you just got the engineering report a few days ago. And so legitimately you didn't have time to actually review and go forward and do your investigation and your due diligence. I get it. But this stuff can't continue to happen. You can't come here to the planning board and litigate or whatever it is with engineering and water and sewer. It's not fair to this board. And I'll just leave that right there.
Duly noted, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Roundtree.
Yes, I'm just asking. I'm hearing that engineering only gave them a report a couple of days ago and water, what is 5 o'clock? And I'm hearing these different times that don't quite make sense to me for them to have, and it's sad, as you said, Commissioner Richardson, that we should not be going back and forth on this, but I'm trying to find out where the illness falls. Does it fall on the people that should have gotten them the report so they could have, or was the follow-up neglected?
If they just got the report at 5 o'clock, then
right. So I'm saying that for a reason.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm saying it for a reason because a lot of times the owners, and you can run people down for reports and ask them to get stuff, but if these people know that stuff is coming before a central planning board and that they need this information if the development is going to take place and a decision has to be made. Why is it that at 5 o'clock somebody's sending them something they need? And what was the follow-up from the developers and the attorneys to make sure that you had what you needed, or were they just negligent to getting it to you on time? I'm just making a statement. Nobody has to answer it. I'm just putting it out there. All right, that's
Understood.
it. Thank you, Commissioner Richardson.
Thank
Somebody
you.
has something to respond, but
I doubt it. I doubt if you're going to get a response, but
yeah.
Everyone understands. Everyone here understands. I think you made it clear and I made it perfectly clear. It shouldn't happen. And ordinarily, we wouldn't even hear your application. All right, next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I'd like to call our architect.
Let's get him sworn in, Mr. Beck.
Good evening. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be truthful?
I do.
Please state your name and affiliation to this application.
My name is Steve Schock. I'm the architect for the application.
Thank you, Steve. Can you give your background for the board, please?
Sure. I'm a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey since 1987. I'm a principal with Thriven Design, where I've been since 1984, primarily specializing in multifamily housing, affordable housing, and urban redevelopment. My license, I also hold licenses in multiple other state jurisdictions. It remains in good standing. I have testified before numerous state municipal planning boards, including this one, as well as a zoning board in the city of Newark on multiple occasions.
Thank you. Your license,
current, sir?
It is.
You're accepted by the board. Please continue.
Thank you. You're the architect of record here?
We are, yes.
Can you go through your architectural plans, please?
Sure. Give me a moment and I will share on screen just looking for the share button. There it is. You should be seeing the cover page of the architectural exhibits. I'll simply be referring to the architectural exhibits that have been submitted in advance of the application. Again, the project is referred to as Mildred's Bridge. It is a building that is 3 stories facing Bergen Street, and then it steps down to 2 stories in the rear of the site, as you can kind of see in the perspective view. Basically, the project has 8 affordable housing units. All units are 1 bedroom. They're typically 600 square feet each. What you see on the screen now is the ground floor with Bergen Street on the left and Custer Avenue to the top of the page. So the way the ground floor is organized is there are 2 units in the rear of the site, basically towards away from Bergen Street. Those 2 units being on the ground floor are the 2 handicapped accessible units, the ADA units. Also on the ground floor to the front of the site, we have basically common community space. There's a lounge space as well as a social service office. Again, this project is affordable housing for people reentering. So there are certain social services being provided to them, mainly counseling, job training, and things of that nature. But they will have a place to do that in the front of the building without having to do that in their individual apartments. Should be noted that all of this common space and such is for the use of the residents only. This is not a public accommodation for public walk-in or counseling or any other type of services for the public other than the 8 residents of the project. Also in that common space is a common laundry, which is you can basically hang out in the common space while your laundry is being done, but you can get into that laundry from the stairwell. What we have in the middle of the plan with a door from Custer as well as a second egress door out to the side yard, that's your common stair core. Being a 3-story building, as was kind of discussed in the prior application, 3-story building only requires 1 stair. So we put it in the middle of the plan. So we have 2 units to the back, common space to the front. On the second floor, again, you see the stair core in the middle, and you see 4 units, 2 in the back, now 2 in the front. So there are 4 apartments on this floor, and then stack the other 2 stack, and the massing of those 2 is towards the front of the building facing Bergen Street. So there are only 2 on this floor. What you do see a pair of doors here that access a roof. That was noted in some of the engineering reports. Those are locked doors. They are for maintenance purposes only. The mechanical systems for each of these small apartments will be what's commonly referred to as mini split mechanical, electrical, HVAC systems. They have inside consoles, and they have a rooftop mounted very small condensing unit. Some will be on this lower roof. Some may be on the upper roof. They will all be located in the middle of the plan, so they can't be seen because they are very small. And when you put them in the middle of the roof areas, they really can't be seen from pedestrian view. So the one of the things that I'd like to point out while I'm on this, one of the variances that is being sought is a front yard variance. This is a corner property, so it technically has front yards on both Bergen and Custer. The redevelopment plan requires a 0-foot minimum and maximum, which basically doesn't give you any options. You have to have 0 feet. The fact that this is a residential building, what we've done is we've provided about 5 feet of setback on Bergen Street and a little bit more than that on Custer. On Custer, we need a little bit of space here for a handicap ramp to make sure that we get accessibility. And on Bergen Street, it's simply a little bit of relief on an otherwise very hard urban streetscape in order to provide some softness and landscape opportunity. 5 feet doesn't give you much, but it can really make a great deal of difference in terms of the impression that the sidewalk and the public domain has. So that's where what the one setback variance is for. It was also noted that there's a trash enclosure, which is in I don't know if that's called the rear yard. It's the rear of Bergen Street, but it's really the side yard off of Custer. That's a fenced enclosure with gates. Residents bring their trash down manually, and then on trash day, the building does have management from New Hope, which is right there in the neighborhood. So management would take the cans, put them to curbside for pickup, and then return them into the enclosure after trash collection comes. The building is basically a conventional 3-story wood frame building. It will be a sprinkler building for fire suppression. Will be Energy Star certified for a high degree of energy performance. There's one other thing I'd like to make mention of while I'm here on the ground floor. I believe both the planner and the engineer's letter referred to desire for some secure bike storage. We have looked. We believe that we can comply with the request to we can modify this area underneath the stairs on the ground floor to create some indoor bike storage. The key thing for that is we need to make sure that when it does have bicycles there, that they are out of the pathway of egress, and we believe that can be achieved. So that can be a condition of approval. The building exterior, as I noted earlier, it's a 3-story building. We have brick pretty much around the entire building on the ground floor, on both sides and the front. It does transition to cementitious siding in the rear, which is by that trash area. And above the first floor, again, it's a combination of cementitious panels as well as horizontal siding. That gives it some visual interest and helps break it down a little bit. But I think that members of the board can see and understand that the intent behind the massing is to portray this building, while it's got 8 units, it really presents to the street and to the public as kind of the same massing as 2 kind of classic houses might be. So it's got that basic form of an urban twin home. We have strong horizontal cornice lines. Again, a lot of the detailing and materials that we see in the neighborhood and throughout the city. The roof is simply a flat membrane roof. And there's also, I know that signage is sometimes talked about. There's no branding of the building. A lot of times projects like to have like a ornamental sign of some sort. Really, it's just street numbers, because one of the things that we try to do is not have affordable housing stigmatized with specific naming of the project. We refer to this as Mildred's Bridge in honor of Mildred Crump, but it's not intended for there to be an actual exterior sign to that effect. I'll speak also lastly to the transparency variances. On Bergen and Custer, again, they're both considered fronts, so they both have a 30% requirement. You can see on Bergen, we are at 23%. On Custer, we're slightly less than that. We're at 15.7%. Certainly on Bergen, what we've tried to do is evoke a sense of more of a commercial ground floor, if you will. But really, the intention is for this to come to present as classic residential architecture. On Custer, what we have is a great deal of facade real estate, if you will. And these are relatively small units where we are putting windows in every opportunity that we can, but also we have to be mindful of the desire for privacy on a corner site like this for residential. I think, Calvin, I think that's about it. Did I miss anything?
I don't believe so. Mr. Chairman?
Commissioners, questions or comments for the architect?
Yeah.
Commissioner James.
Is the roof accessible to residents?
No, the roof is not accessible to residents. There's no deck, there's no railings and things like that. The set of doors on the third floor is locked and accessible by maintenance personnel only for the purpose of servicing the equipment that might be on the roof.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? I didn't hear anything about ADA compliant.
The ADA, the entire ground floor is ADA compliant. There are 2 units on the ground floor that are fully compliant with ADA, and there's a ramp on the side of Custer to ensure for a 0-step threshold. Plus, all of the community space to the front is also ADA compliant.
Is the laundromat a free laundromat or is it a coin operated laundry?
I actually don't know for sure the answer to that, but typically in a small building like this, very often it's not because it's not for public use. It's only for the use of the 8 apartments that are there. Typically in a small building like this, they would not charge, but that's an operational question that perhaps somebody, Calvin, maybe Wendy can when she comes on, can address that.
By any chance, do you know the level of affordability for the units?
Again, there's somebody coming on. That's not an architectural question. So I know some of it, but I don't want to give you the wrong answer either.
No problem.
Commissioners, any other questions for the architect? Hearing none. Next witness.
Thank you. I'd like to call John McDonough, please.
Good evening, Mr. McDonough.
Good
You
evening,
solemnly
Mr.
swear
Peck.
the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and affiliation to this application.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is John McDonough, McDonough, and I am the project planner.
I would ask that Mr. McDonough, your license is current, correct?
It is, Counselor, yes.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, you're accepted by the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. John, go ahead.
Okay, so we're here in a redevelopment area, the South Bergen Street redevelopment area in the MUNC zone. We're dealing with a project that is substantially conforming with the regulations of the redevelopment plan. 2 important things at the outset here. Number 1, this is a redevelopment project. We know that the essence of redevelopment is to eliminate barriers to redevelopment. And even more importantly, we're dealing with a 100% affordable housing project, which is inherently beneficial under the law. It is a top-tier land use. It's up there with hospitals and schools and religious uses. 100% affordable housing projects deal with or deserve special treatment. And it says right in the affordable housing regulations that barriers to the provision of affordable housing, including excessive improvement costs, are to be minimized or eliminated as part of an affordable housing project. So certainly something for the board to consider as part of that initial engineering dialogue that we heard at the outset. And those are not John McDonough's rules. Those are right in the affordable housing regulations. So we have a project here that complies with all of the higher tiers of zoning. The use complies, the height complies, the density complies, parking complies, the coverage complies, no relief whatsoever related to the parking. Just to give the board a little bit of background in terms of the neighborhood that we are in. You're with me here. So, as you've heard, we are dealing with a vacant lot. We're down in the South Ward in the Wequahic neighborhood on the corner of Bergen and Custer Avenue. The current condition of the property is certainly not doing anything to contribute to the corner. This beautiful building that you just saw through the architectural testimony is going to anchor and beautify that corner and replace what you see here, which is a vacant lot in the city, which we have numerous references in the plan to eliminate lots such as this. We reconcile the minimum relief that the applicant is seeking here under what we call the flexible C balancing test, where we look at the benefits of the application as a whole, substantially outweighing the detriments. The positives are numerous here. The provision of housing, the provision of new housing stock, the provision of a variety of housing types according to the needs of all New Jersey citizens, including those of low and moderate income levels. The promotion of a desirable visual environment, certainly a building that is going to fill a void in the streetscape. And lastly, the provision for efficient use of land, redevelopment as efficient as it gets from a planning standpoint. Counterbalancing that with the negative criteria, the relief that you've heard relates to the maximum front yard. The applicant is looking to shift the building slightly back from the property line to allow for some greenery along the front. We think that's a better zoning alternative. Likewise, the relief related to the facade transparency. This is not a storefront per se. Also, relief related to the height of the ground floor. The building is proportionate, it is well balanced, and that relief will not be perceivable in the public eye. And then again, going back to the engineering testimony at the outset, the relief for the trees, both the shade trees and the on-site trees, the applicant has maximized or optimized what it could fit on this site and will contribute to the tree fund on balance. All said, this application squarely lands on the positive side, an inherently beneficial use. With minimal relief that will certainly have minimal, if any, impacts. And with that, I will pause and stop share.
Thanks, sir. Commissioners, questions or comments for Mr. McDonough?
Just for the record, we're gonna exhibit E2, the planning exhibit with 2 slides.
E3.
E3, thank you.
E3. You got it, Chris. We'll send this to you.
Thank you.
Questions or comments? Hearing none, does that complete your presentation?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to note, because the question was asked, that this is a NACA reentry project. It is intended for those who are at the low end of the affordable spectrum. For those who are at 30%, it is intended for. That does not mean that folks that as high as 80% could not be eligible to live in this project, but it is intended to be transitional housing, transitional reentry housing. So I hope that answers the question for some folks. And it's also the reason why it was difficult for me to be able to answer the question in reference to a request that would make the project undoable.
Thank you.
Understood. So does that complete?
I turn it, yes, it does. I turn this over to this learned group for a vote.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments?
Chair, I have a question.
Oh, Co-Chair Witcher, yes.
I'm sorry. I just want to know, and perhaps you spoke about this, how are they going to select the 8 folks who are doing reentry 1? How will they be selected? And 2, will it be single sex or wait, I don't know.
So we have to comply with fair housing laws and have it open for folks to apply. So outside of that, it would be really difficult for us to answer that question.
So who
Thank you,
decides?
Mr. Souter.
Excuse me?
Who decides?
Well, there's a management company that will be involved. And again, this is a NACA project that will have federal funding. So the guidelines on who would be eligible are very clear and strict. But being able to then narrow that even further puts us outside of the fair housing laws.
Chair. Commissioner James.
So council, does that mean, is it gonna be a first come, first served basis, or what's the application process? Do you even know that?
I don't have the full application process in front of me, but they would need to be eligible from an income perspective to be able to get into the property. And I don't want to necessarily say first come, first serve, because someone might, under some criteria, be acceptable, but under other criteria not be acceptable. So, you know, it gets a little hairy to try to go through fair housing in these types of scenarios.
So NACA essentially determines the criteria for the application.
Well, they use federal funding, right? They use federal funding that basically requires them to be on the low income side of the income bracket for tenants that will come in.
And what's your, if approved, what's the timeline for completion of this project?
I think there was a desire for this to have been built already. So we would like to get into the ground as soon as possible if we're able to work something out with the city, particularly water and sewer.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, my question is, what's
Commissioner
transition?
Purdy.
Yes. What's transition to get to stay for a year, 2 years, or till you get on your feet? How'd that work out?
The thing is just defined by until they're in a better position. Typically, you have to recertify once a year that your income is still below a certain threshold. Once you get beyond that, I think the goal is to get people out of there, which would mean that they are better situated to be someplace else.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner, any other questions or comments? I just have one last comment. Happy to see this project. It is certainly for people who are in need and at the lower end of the spectrum, folks who are just coming home, they need a place to stay. They need not just a place to stay, but they need employment, and they need both of those things, because without one, if you only have one, you're going to lose the other. So it's very important, you know, this is, and then it has my late friend's name on it. She was a friend to all. And she was well respected and known around this city. So just to bear her name, I hope everything can be worked out with the city so this project can be built, because, you know, those folks really need a hand up. So looking forward to this project, should it pass tonight. Madam Secretary, any more persons from the public wishing to speak?
Seeing none at this time, Chair.
In case I need a motion.
I make a motion to approve it, Chairman.
Moved by Commissioner Bayer.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Austin. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
Commissioner Purdy,
Yes.
Commissioner Byers,
Yes.
Commissioner Timmons.
He may have stepped away.
Okay. Commissioner De Silva,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott Roundtree,
Oh, I know I'm in.
You're muted. Commissioner Roundtree,
Can you hear me?
I hear you now.
All righty, then that would be a yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Austin,
Yes.
Co-Chair Witcher,
Yes.
Chair Richardson.
Yes, absolutely. The application has been approved. Make sure you get everything worked out so we can move forward with this project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's move to CPB 24-87. Take it away, Mr. Sauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I present to you all tonight 315 Mulberry Street. We are referring to it as Mulberry Point. Mulberry Point is a 251-story mixed-use towers, totaling 1,008 residential units. We currently have 388 parking spaces in a retail space located at 315 Mulberry Street. This includes several lots. So although all the property is located on block 881, we are looking at 12 different lots that this makes up. This project will comply with the city's affordable housing inclusionary zoning ordinance. We are not seeking to have any of these units off-site. And we believe that this will be in addition to the city skyline by a developer who has already received the approval to several other properties and has been in the ground. So unlike many developers in the city who have come and gone, these folks do have a track record of building the buildings that they get approved. And I'm looking forward to being able to fully present this to everyone. So just as a matter of record, there will be over 200 affordable units on this site to include to come up to the 20% inclusionary units, and those units will be evenly distributed between studios 1, 2s, and 3s, and by evenly there will be a 20% mix of basically each type of unit. With that being said, I would like to start with our engineer to get that out of the way, and we do have some extensive traffic testimony this evening as well, Mr. Chair.
So before we get started, have you had an opportunity to review the engineer report, water and sewer, and everything, and planning report? And can you comply with the recommendations in those reports?
Similar to our last application, Mr. Chair, we did receive some reports just today, water and sewer, as well as one of the engineering reports. Although we did receive a staff engineering report on the 19th. That said, Mr. Chair, we do believe that the vast majority of the items we can comply with. We will be seeking some relief when it comes to some of the requests from water and sewer, similar to the last application. And as we've done in many applications, we will be seeking a conditional approval upon being able to work out the request from water and sewer as we move forward with the project.
Okay, let's get your professional sworn in, and maybe they can shed some more light.
Thank you. I believe, Carissa, do we have everyone?
I believe so. Did you need the applicant on as well?
No, not right now.
Okay, so yes, I
would
believe
like
you
to
have
speak.
everyone. We have Miss Michaela, Andrew, Mr. McDonough, Matt Flynn, and Mr. Simon.
Okay.
I'm not a witness for this applicant. I represent an interested party, and I wanted to raise a jurisdictional issue.
Yeah, so I would request that, any objections be, as they typically are, at the end of the presentation.
Yes. Okay.
And your first witnesses, Mr. Souter?
Michaela?
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. McGuire. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation to the record.
Good evening. My name is Michaela McGuire, last name spelled Maguyre. I'm a project manager at Stonefield Engineering and Design, located at 92 Park Ave in Rutherford, New Jersey.
Thank you. Counsel?
Michaela, can you go over your CV for the board, please?
Yes, I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. My license is in good standing. I received my Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of Delaware. I have over 7 years of experience in land use development in the state of New Jersey. I've been accepted as an expert in front of this board as well as multiple boards across the state.
And your license is currently active?
Yes, it is.
And you are the engineer who did the site plan work on this application?
Correct, I am.
You're accepted by the board. Please continue.
Thank you. So I'm going to share my screen here. Can everyone see what I shared on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm sharing here is the preliminary and final major site plan that was included as part of the submission. I'm going to start on the cover sheet C1, and I'm going to zoom in here to the aerial map and tax and zoning map. So as mentioned, the site is located at 315 Mulberry Street, also known as Block 811, lots 1, 3, 4, 5, 26, 36, 37, 53, 54, 57, 59, and 62. All these lots are totaling about 48,426 square feet or 1.11 acres. The properties are located within the Living Downtown redevelopment plan, as is any of the adjacent properties or any of the surrounding areas are all located within that same redevelopment plan. To the north of the site, we have Beach Street. We have frontage along Beach Street that's about 118 feet long. Beach Street is a one-way roadway traveling in the eastbound direction, and it is restricted by access due to the courthouse that is across the street or to the north of the site. To the east of the site is Mulberry Street. There is frontage along Mulberry Street with this property as well. That's 41 feet long. Across from Mulberry Street is a series of parking lots or parking fields. To the south of the site is East Kinney Street, where there's frontage as well. That's 46 feet wide. Across from East Kinney Street is a series of commercial and residential buildings. They are all also located within this redevelopment plan. And then lastly, to the west of the site is Orchard Street. There are 2 frontages along Orchard Street, both totaling about 100 feet wide. And then across from Orchard Street is also a series of parking lots or parking fields. The current site does not have any buildings or structures on site. It is currently used as a parking lot, which will be demolished as part of this application. I do want to note, as this was mentioned in one of the review letters, there will be no negative impact or access impact to any of the other parking lots that are located on this block. Any of the parking lots that are not part of this application will still have vehicular as well as pedestrian access on site. Another thing I want to note, because again, this was in one of the review letters, this was part of the T&M review letter that we received. There are a series of utility poles that are crossing the site. We did review the survey. There don't appear to be any easements or restrictions regarding these utility poles, but the applicant does agree to receive any necessary approvals from the utility provider to either remove and or relocate any of the poles that are crossing this site. I'm going to move now to sheet C4, which is the site and landscaping plan, also part of this preliminary and final major site plan submitted, and zoom into the improvements a bit here. So the applicant is proposing a 51-story mixed-use building. It's inclusive of 2 towers, a total of 1,008 residential units, and then 3,507 retail square footage along East Kinney, so to the south side of this site. I do want to note that this is a permitted use within this redevelopment plan, as is the building height. As mentioned, it's 51 stories or 586.19 feet, also compliant in this redevelopment plan, and we are not seeking relief for the density within this application either. The building footprint proposed is 46,437 square feet, and the impervious coverage proposed is 48,426 square feet. This is 100% impervious coverage, and I do want to note that under existing conditions, the site is 100% covered with impervious surfaces. Both the building coverage and impervious coverage are compliant as part of this application. We are seeking minor relief for the front yard setbacks along all 4 frontages, so Mulberry, East Kinney, Orchard, and Beach Street. The required front yard setback is 0 feet minimum, 0 feet maximum within this redevelopment plan, and we are proposing anywhere from 0.2 feet to 2.9 feet along these 4 frontages. Again, so very minor deviation from that, and that's really due to the irregular shape of these 4 frontages. We are proposing a 0.5 foot side yard and rear yard setback throughout this property, which is compliant within this zone. We're proposing a total of 388 parking spaces within the building. That's inclusive of 59 EV spaces. We are seeking relief for the amount of parking on site. The parking is accessed via an ingress driveway along Orchard Street and then a separate egress driveway along Orchard Street. The parking is handled internally via a valet operator, and we do have a traffic engineer who's testifying tonight that can talk about those parking operations. I do want to note that within this valet area, it is designed to be ADA compliant and ADA accessible. We're also proposing 2 loading spaces on site. There's one internal to the valet area, as well as one to the north of the egress driveway along Orchard Street. We are only required 1 loading space per code, so we are meeting that requirement on site. Regarding the micro-mobility parking, I do want to note that when we submitted this application, we were indicating a variance for this parking. However, we do agree to comply with the minimum 252 micro-mobility parking spaces and revise the application accordingly. Regarding the frontages, we are proposing to propose new concrete curbs and concrete sidewalks along all 4 frontages of the site. All are designed to be ADA compliant. There was a comment within the T&M review letter regarding the curb ramp at the intersection of Mulberry and Beach Street. We do agree to review for ADA compliance and upgrade as needed in working with the city. There was also a comment regarding the crosswalks at 2 of the intersections, which similarly we agree to review for ADA compliance and upgrade as needed in working with the city. We are seeking relief for the minimum sidewalk width where 8 feet is required, and we are proposing 7.4 feet. That is along Orchard Street to the west, and that is due to the existing frontage along that right of way. Continuing with the frontages, we are proposing to maintain the 2 street trees that are currently along the Mulberry Street frontage. We are proposing 1 new street tree along the East Kinney Street frontage. We are proposing 1 new street tree along the Orchard Street frontage. And then we are proposing 3 new street trees along the Beach Street frontage. I do want to note that there's comments in both the planning and engineering review letter, and we do agree to add additional trees along the frontages to meet the city's minimum requirement, as we are currently too short. We do agree also to work with the city arborist to confirm that there's no impact to the driver's sight distance in choosing these trees along the frontages. Regarding the stormwater, we are considered a major development based off of the size of the lot. As I mentioned before, we are meeting the existing impervious coverage on site, but in order to meet the City of Newark requirements, we are proposing an underground detention basin that is under the building. We're proposing to connect into the existing 24-inch combined storm and sewer main that is within Mulberry Street. We did receive the city's water and sewer department review letter dated March 24th, 2025. We do agree to meet with the city and submit the hydrant flow tests and agree to work with the water and sewer department regarding these comments. One of the specific comments was regarding having separate connections to each of the 2 towers, which we do agree to comply with. Regarding the lighting, we are proposing a series of canopy lights along all four frontages as well as within this valet parking area. We are meeting any of the city's park lighting requirements. And there was a comment within the T&M review letter regarding a light pole that we are proposing to remove. It is adjacent to lot 25, which is a parking field that's proposed to remain. We do agree to review the light levels in that area and if needed, add additional fixtures to ensure safety on the adjacent property. With that being said, we did, as mentioned, receive the T&M engineering review letter dated March 24th, 2025, the planning letter dated March 19th, 2025, and the water and sewer letter dated also March 24th, 2025. We do agree to work with any of the professionals regarding these comments. Happy to answer any questions.
Chairman?
Commissioners, questions or comments?
Chair, Mr. Jamali has his hand raised.
Good evening. Asdullah Jamali, Principal Engineer for the Department of Water and Sewer.
Yes,
Still
sir.
under oath.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Souter, I believe we had a technical review meeting some time ago in February regarding this project, and most of the comments, if not all the comments from the Water and Sewer Department pretty much reflects what was in the technical review. So for this project, I'm going to need a straight yes or no. You either agree to comply or you don't agree to comply with the comments.
Yep, so I can try to address that if that helps. So we do agree to submit for a hydrant flow test. I know we haven't done that yet to review the flow levels within the existing mains, meet with your office with our MEP designer who's going to be designing these pumps to determine what improvements are actually needed. We do agree to work with you. We just haven't even submitted for the flow test yet to understand what is currently in these mains within the roads.
That's fine. That doesn't change the fact that you'll still be required to make those improvements. So again, I told you in the technical review meeting, and your applicant at the meeting also tried to request a waiver, and I told them this is not up for debate. And same thing here. Yes or no, you either agree to comply with all those comments or you don't agree to comply, and we'll have to adjourn this project, figure everything out, and then come back.
I mean, I don't think it's appropriate, AJ, for you to say we have to adjourn right now. Again, we did have the technical review. We agreed to go through the process of figuring out what is there and what would need to be done on this.
Mrs. Souter, you're beating around the bush.
I'm not beating around the bush, AJ. I gave you an
No.
opportunity to speak. I'm trying to speak too. Come on, AJ. We've done this a whole lot in a bunch of different scenarios, right? But I'm again going to say we received your report today. There were some requests that were made, and I understand that the city would like to see water and sewer mains change throughout the city. In this particular scenario, we do believe that there is an alternative to what was initially presented, and we would like to have the opportunity to at least be able to present that. To simply state on something that would cost so much money, right? That this is just it. I don't think it would be appropriate for this, for the particular hearing to say we would need an adjournment if what may be considered overkill in some scenarios wouldn't be necessary and we could come to some other agreement. I don't understand, I mean, I've just never seen it before, AJ. So I'm sorry if I'm coming off some type of way. We've always been able to go and sit down with your office, with you, and figure these things out. And we've never been able to get a permit ever if we can't figure it out, right? And I'm asking for the same courtesy here, right? That we would be able to sit down, do the tests and everything that would be required, that any professional would do in your scenario. I understand that you're required to do this for the entire city. But for this particular project, like every other project in the city we are asking that we be able to work through this with you. just like we always have. Once we have all the information that everyone needs to be able to make that decision. That's the only grace that we're asking for here, right? Is that and as a condition of approval. So even if everything else is okay, AJ, we would not be able to build this building if after sitting down with you and we go through all of those tests, we would not, and you said you got to do X, Y, and Z, or I'm not going to sign off on compliance. Like many other buildings in the city, if we get to that point, then this building probably won't be built. But I think we have a path here if we're able to sit down and have the conversations in depth once we have all the information.
Duly noted. Thank you.
So before you go, Mr. Jamali, my question is, if you guys had a technical review in February, why are they just getting the letter today?
Mr. Chair, I have a whole city to address along with the new applications, old applications, plus whatever issues that are going on with the system. So we're I would say severely
It's terrible.
in terms of the amount of things we have to take care of. So this is not something that we can keep up with on every single project that comes up.
So in other words, you need help in your office.
That's right.
They need to hire some more people. How many people do you need?
That's not a question I can answer, Mr. Chair.
So you don't know how many people you need?
Correct.
You don't know if you need 1, 2, 3. How many would be helpful? What would be the optimum amount of people that would help you not be so backed up?
Unfortunately, again, that's not something I can answer, Mr. Chair.
It's not something you care to share.
100 people. On other days, you only need one extra person. It really depends on the day and when the construction boom.
But I'm talking about right now because you're so backed up.
100 people would be nice.
Yeah. I hear you.
Brother Chair, I want to make a statement if
Sure,
it's
go
okay.
ahead.
I don't think it's really something to laugh about. This is not a joking matter. When people have projects and monies tied up in development, for us to sit here and decide whether we need 1 or 100, it is truly a very serious matter when you have a whole city and I don't know if you're the only person. I believe that might be a direct question, maybe. Gets held up.
Commissioner
And
Roundtree, you're
here
breaking
again,
up.
I'm just saying, let me just finish my point.
I'm
onus,
saying you're
which you just
breaking up. It's
stated-
hard to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess because I'm driving. The onus, let me pull over and make this statement so I can go back on mute. The onus, this young man, this is not something to smile. It's good to be able to smile through these things, but this is very serious. City rests on the shoulders of the city of Newark pushing paper so that these things can be completed. And to get to Central Planning Board and have people say they just got something the day of because somebody is so backed up when they knew these people were coming to Central Planning Board today. We get a notice 2 weeks in advance. We know our dates. These people that are coming on know their dates. So if they know their dates, then I believe the people that are supposed to be supplying them with information also have those dates. So I don't know where the priority lies, but it's not funny. And I pray that whatever you need, AJ, that we can assist you on some level of getting. When Chair Richardson was asking you how many people, I don't know if he was.
No, I was asking because if you need help, we got to try to figure out how to get you the help that you need.
Right.
Because you're a one-man show. I don't know if you're a one-man show.
I moved into a dead zone.
Yeah.
So yeah, can I make a quick
Commissioner James.
So as you know,
I'm
Chair,
to a
we've
dead
been on
zone,
this
but
board,
I gather you guys
for a
can
really
hear
long
me.
time, since 2006, and I would definitely suggest you sit down with the administration, considering we are the largest planning board in the state. Maybe you could sit down and suggest possibly doing what some other municipalities around the country have done, was create like an escrow that developers pay for additional help, whether it's to help aid the lack of staff that the city administration that's designated for this as well as the zoning board. I'm not sure if this is just unique to our board, if the zoning board is having similar issues, but it's really embarrassing for our city to have to go through this, time and time again. So
I agree, Commissioner. That's why I asked the question. How many people do you need? So I can sit down, so we can have those conversations and try to get you the help that you need. Because I agree with you wholeheartedly. It is embarrassing. We shouldn't be put in this position. We shouldn't be, deciding on applications that the applicants have just gotten the reports the day of. So
Praying for you, AJ. I'm back on mute.
you need some help, and don't be afraid to say you need help.
Duly noted, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Let's push on.
thank you. I do have a question for the architect.
Go ahead, Commissioner James.
So in terms of the irregular shape, I'm just trying to understand like the premise behind that and like how is this going to affect your neighboring, property owners, et cetera. So could she discuss that, or do you have someone else?
She's my engineer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Got it. I'm sorry.
But we will address the irregular shape.
I wait for your testimony.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for the engineer? Next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to bring our traffic engineer.
Yeah, you're going to testify that everything is messed up?
Absolutely not. He's gonna tell us exactly why this works from a vehicular standpoint.
Well, let me swear this gentleman in. Good evening, Mr. Vecchio. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board should be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation to this application.
Absolutely. Andrew Vischio, V as in Victor, ISCHIO, traffic engineer with Stonefield Engineering and Design, the traffic engineer on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Andrew. Your license is currently active?
Absolutely. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. My license is active and in good standing. I have been practicing for approximately 13 or 14 years and have been accepted by numerous land use boards throughout the state. I can't recall if I was before this board, but I have 100% been before the city's zoning board.
Thank you.
You're accepted by the board. Please continue.
Thank you. Andrew, you did the traffic study in reference to this project?
Yes, I did.
Can you go through your report and your findings, please?
Absolutely. So on behalf of the application, as council said, our office prepared a traffic impact study in 2024. The report was prepared in accordance with industry standards. And as traffic studies do, it details our efforts to establish existing traffic conditions, project future traffic associated with the proposed development, and also includes a summary of our capacity analysis. I think, in my opinion, the most unique aspect of the proposed development from a traffic perspective is how parking would be handled on site. So I would like to jump straight to that topic, and to facilitate that conversation, I'm going to share my screen and focus on sheet C4 of the submitted plan set. Let's see if I can successfully share my screen. If I was successful, you can see sheet C4 of the submitted site plan set. Is that accurate?
It is.
Okay, fantastic. So I am going to focus on the proposed valet area of the submitted site plan set. The proposed development would provide 388 parking spaces for resident use only, and the parking system would be handled exclusively by valet operators. The way the system works is that a resident would arrive to the site and enter via the southerly driveway along Orchard Street. There are two primary driveways along Orchard Street. Southerly is ingress, northerly is egress. Upon entering the site, the resident would park temporarily in one of these 14 stacking areas, and then a professional valet driver would take that car and use the vehicle elevators that I'm hovering over here with my cursor and bring them to the second or third floor. There are two floors of parking that are essentially identical to each other, and the elevator would serve both of those floors. Once on the second or third floor, the valet driver would park the car in a mechanical lift, and then once that vehicle has been parked, the valet driver would take the steps down and then repeat that process as necessary. The submitted traffic impact study goes into extremely thorough detail for how long each step of that process takes. But in summary, it would take on average 3.5 minutes for one valet driver to complete this process. I have personally visited an existing building that uses a similar vehicle elevator system, and I am confident in our calculations. That being said, assuming a staff of 6 valet drivers, each valet person would have 1.5 minutes of downtime. So there is a factor of safety built into our capacity calculations for how many vehicles the valet operators can handle. We are calculating that a staff of 6 valet drivers could process 72 ingress vehicles in a single hour, which is approximately 30% greater than our anticipated peak demand of 56 entering vehicles during the weekday evening peak hour when people might be returning home from work. To prevent any queuing from extending onto Orchard Street, as I mentioned before, there are a total of 29 stacking spaces off-street. 14 are on the ingress side and 15 are on the egress side. Now, there is an extremely small chance that more than 14 ingress vehicles would be waiting at any one time to be processed. But if there is an unexpected large group of cars that arrive at the same time, or another unforeseen situation, such as a car having a mechanical issue, the valet drivers have the ability to use up to 10 more valet stacking spaces on the egress side. So effectively increasing the stacking capacity from 14 to 24 vehicles. The valet drivers in that scenario would just need to leave one clear aisle for exiting vehicles. For that was everything with respect to entering the building, because that is really what has the potential to, if it wasn't designed properly, to back up onto Orchard Street. For residents now that are leaving the site, buildings with this type of parking system typically use a mobile app that allows residents to request and reserve times when they would like their car brought down to leave the building. Moving on from parking operations to parking supply, another very important part of this application, I am going to share with you another exhibit that we have prepared. Okay, great. Now, if that was successful, you should see a map with some different colored polygons. So we are providing 388 parking spaces for 1,008 units, which, as Michaela mentioned, does not meet the parking requirement. However, we anticipate that the development will attract a high percentage of residents that choose to not own a vehicle. Approximately 60% of residents living in this zip code use public transportation, carpool, walk, bike, ride share, or work from home. The subject property is located a 16-minute walk from Penn Station, and there are 11 NJ Transit bus routes within a 5-minute walk of the site. Now, there are also several parking lots and garages nearby that offer monthly parking with 24/7 access that I have personally verified in person that residents could utilize if actual parking demand exceeds our expectations and more than 388 residents would like to own a vehicle and live here. The yellow hatched area on this exhibit is the subject property. I should probably pause here and identify, or we should mark this exhibit as it was not submitted.
Let's call it T1.
Thank you, Council. Let me briefly describe the exhibit. What you have here is an aerial image that has been marked up with the location of various parking facilities in the vicinity of the site. The exhibit is entitled Off-Street Parking Exhibit, and it was prepared today, March 24th, 2025. Now, as I mentioned just before, the yellow hatched area is the subject property. The 5 blue polygons are parking garages and lots that offer monthly parking with 24/7 access that residents would certainly find to be convenient if they were to live in this building. There are also orange shaded parking lots on this exhibit. Those are parking lots that are not in operation 24/7. Instead, they're open for daily and event parking, which brings me to one last topic that I think is extremely important to discuss, which is traffic conditions around the site during events at the Prudential Center. The subject property is open and available to park at during events. We counted 63 vehicles parked on the site during a recent Devils game. With the development of the subject property, those event goers would have to park elsewhere. Fortunately, we found there to be ample parking in the immediate vicinity of the site during the event, particularly the lots that are farthest from the Prudential Center, specifically lots 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry. Yes, correct. 1, 2, 3, and 4 were relatively lightly used during the event. Specifically, lot number 2 only had 3 vehicles parked in it during the event, and that parking lot entrance was open and signed as available for event parking. So there is ample excess capacity to accommodate any event goers that currently park on the subject property that would no longer be able to with the development of the subject property. Traffic conditions, separate from parking, traffic conditions were very calm in the immediate vicinity of the site prior to the Devils game, with very few vehicles traveling along Orchard Street, with no queuing whatsoever for vehicles entering some of the parking facilities that are accessed via Orchard Street. And then there was just one comment in the The review letter that was issued by the outside agency dated today, March 24th, there was a comment stating that the traffic impact study should be revised to meet NJDOT standards. Our office submitted correspondence to Raymond Concepcion at the city's engineering department last week, in which we confirmed that our submitted traffic study exceeds NJDOT standards for this development, in our professional opinion. And as such, we do not believe that the traffic impact study needs to be revised. That is what we indicated in a letter that was emailed to Ray. That concludes my direct testimony, and I would be happy to address any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions or comments?
Chair,
Commissioner James.
any proposed EV charging stations?
Yes, we are proposing make ready electric vehicles. We will comply with the requisite number for this development. I would have to defer to my colleague Michaela on the specific number.
And in terms of ADA accessibility, would they be forced to just use the valet service, or are they allowed to park in any ADA accessible parking lots?
The drop-off area where residents would temporarily park their vehicles and then essentially hand the keys off to a valet driver, that area was designed to be ADA accessible. So the 2 stories of parking, those parking spaces would not be ADA accessible, but they don't have to be because they'll be accessed by the valet drivers themselves.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments?
Chairman, I believe Mr. Trafficante has his hand up.
Okay, well, let's get to Mr. Trafficante.
Yes, sir.
What took you so long?
I was waiting for the right time.
Okay. Then you're still on the oath, sir.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Fischio, in T&M's report to the consultant, on page 3, I believe, 3 of 10, on the bottom, applicant shall provide testimony to discuss how guest parking will be managed. Can you address that?
We are not offering guest parking at the moment. I can't say that the applicant couldn't decide to change that in the future. Let's say hypothetically, parking demand for the residents is less than what we're anticipating. Potentially, we could open things up to guest parking, but at this time, it's anticipated that the parking would be exclusively for the use of the residents of the building.
So, in a nutshell, no guest parking will be offered at this time, but may change later on should, I guess, uses and spaces become available.
Should the resident parking demand not utilize all of the provided parking spaces?
I guess that's a yes.
Yes.
Okay, next question. On the next page, page 4 of 10. Applicant shall provide testimony to discuss. Well, you did discuss valet operations, but the timing for same, specifically the sequence of operations. You know how long it takes for valets to move cars in before they start backing up in the street? The turnaround time?
Yes, we do. We enumerated those calculations in the submitted traffic impact study, beginning on appendix sheet A55. So I can break that down into 4 simple steps with durations. So essentially, step 1 is that the valet accepts the key and drives into the freight elevator. We're estimating approximately 40 seconds for that action. Step 2 is that the valet takes the freight elevator to the first or second level. We're estimating 55 seconds for that task. Step 3 is that the valet drives to the parking spot and either parks it on the ground level or in a lift. We're estimating 65 seconds for that task. And then the valet, of course, has to return to repeat this process, taking the stairs down. That's step 4. We're estimating 50 seconds for that task. So 210 seconds in total, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And the table below on that same sheet outlines all of the assumptions that we made in determining those times. And again, I can't emphasize this strongly enough. The capacity calculations that I testified to and that are in the traffic impact study include 1 minute and 30 seconds of downtime for each valet operator, assuming that there are 6 valet drivers. So if I'm underestimating things by a minute, it does not change any of the calculations that are in the report or that I've testified to.
So you're looking at about 3 minutes and 30 seconds through steps 1 through 4, and you're adding another minute and a half for downtime. So is that what, 5 minutes
Correct.
for each car? And do you believe that's enough time to avoid stacking out in the street when people are trying to pull in at night?
So with that process that I outlined, we have a capacity of 72 vehicles that can be ingress vehicles that can be processed in an hour. We are projecting 56 ingress vehicles in an hour. If you take a look at queuing theory and take your capacity of 72 vehicles in an hour with a demand of 56 vehicles in an hour, the probability of a queue longer than 14 vehicles is less than 1%, according to queuing theory. Now, as I testified, a valet could encounter a car that has a mechanical issue, or there could be an odd occurrence where 10 cars arrive in a minute. That's the importance of the 14 ingress stacking spaces, plus that essentially 10 vehicle surplus that we have that we can utilize on the egress side of things. So no, I do not believe there would be any scenario with valet operators that are properly trained where queuing would back up onto Orchard Street.
So is it fair to say you estimated of available stacking spaces to offset the projection of 14 vehicles stacking in the right of way on Orchard Street and going out to East Kinney?
That's fair.
All right. Next question. Site plan identifies a 45-foot by 12.6-foot offloading area located beyond the 14 ingress parking spaces. Applicant shall provide testimony to discuss how on-site loading operations will be managed, including how the loading area will be accessed, if the ingress queue area is occupied by vehicles, the anticipated loading schedule for the retail uses, whether private deliveries will be permitted to utilize the space, and how 2 simultaneous deliveries will be managed. That's on page 4 of 10, Roman numeral 7.
That loading area is 45 feet long by 12.5 feet wide. It is located in the general vicinity of the valet area. We have designed that loading area to be accessible for a design vehicle called a DL23, which is your standard like mail carry or package delivery vehicle, your FedEx, your USPS, what have you. If there are two simultaneous deliveries that occur, there is also a loading room to the north of the egress driveway that could also be utilized by a second vehicle if there are two deliveries occurring at the same time. And as far as accessibility is concerned, the design vehicle does not need every queuing or stacking space to be empty on either side, the ingress side or the egress side, in order to access that loading area. Nor does the presence of a delivery vehicle in the loading area preclude or prevent the valet drivers from using the vehicle elevators and parking vehicles according to their normal process. They can operate independent of each other.
And these loading zones, they're accessible by, I guess, independent truck drivers, or does a valet have to park their truck too?
Your FedEx driver could access that area themselves.
Okay, if it's not a FedEx truck, like a 30-foot, 40-foot, 50-foot, trailer, delivering goods to one of your commercial retail stores on the ground floor, or someone moving in or out.
Yeah, so I would say there's two different components there that you just mentioned. One is something like a commercial type of delivery that would take place in the loading room, which is the northernmost curb cut, which has been designed for a standard box truck, an SU30, nothing larger than that. Your move in, move out type of activity, again, that's highly structured and scheduled, typically occurs on weekends. The loading area interior and next to the valet has been designed to accommodate a 20-foot, what U-Haul refers to as their 20-foot long vehicle, which is actually, I believe, 26 feet long. It's called the 20-foot model, but it's actually 26 feet long.
And is your client going to put signs to that effect, maximum size trucks that can enter and have them illuminated?
We can certainly comply with that request.
So everyone knows before they try pulling the truck in, whether they're going to fit or not?
Absolutely.
All right. Next question. Page 4 of 10, room number 8. The applicant shall provide testimony describing the trash collection process for the proposed building, including how frequent trash will be collected and how trash will be transferred between the refuse collection area and residential units. You address that, Mr. Vicio.
The trash would occur by a private hauler on an as-needed basis. I can't testify to the frequency at this time, but we have run turning templates and designed the loading room for standard-sized garbage truck. There are two refuse rooms in the building. One refuse, sorry, I'm struggling with that word. Refuse room is located directly adjacent to the loading room. Another is a little bit further away in the building, so maintenance staff would have to use some rear service corridors to bring the trash to the loading room that's been designated for garbage pickup.
So the garbage truck, so can you say a garbage truck can enter the trash loading room from Orchard Street, load trash from the refuge area, and reverse from the trash loading room back onto Orchard Street? Is that doable?
Yes, it is doable. Absolutely.
All right, and you stated the largest truck that could use the loading zone is a 26-foot long box truck? Either or? The loading room or the loading area inside the parking valet? That's the largest truck that can get in there, you know. One says 45 foot long by 12.6 feet. I guess I don't know, is that height or width?
So the largest truck that could access the loading room that's separate from the valet area is an SU-30, which is 30 feet long. The longest truck that we anticipate needing to access, or that we would sign as being able to access the loading area, the hatched loading area next to the valet area, is a approximately 26-foot long U-Haul type vehicle. That's slightly longer than the DL23 design vehicle that would also use that loading area far more regularly than a U-Haul typically would.
So fair to say a 30-foot box truck can access the loading room, whereas a 26-foot long box truck can access the loading zone area that's part of the valet parking access, egress?
Correct.
All right. Due to the proposed site's regular parcel shape, it is unclear whether any of the adjacent sites will be impacted. The applicant shall provide testimony to confirm that access to all adjacent sites will be maintained under proposed conditions. Can you address that?
I believe Michaela testified to that in the affirmative.
Well, so you don't see any problems with the federal building to the north or any of those other sites, either to the parking lots that surround yours, the houses on East Kinney Street, or any of the lots across the street on Orchard?
I need to defer to my colleague on that. She was the one that looked into that.
All right. Well, moving on. Okay, page 5 of 10 under traffic impact. Okay. The applicant shall provide testimony to support the use of US DOT Federal Highway Administration's daily person trip rates over ITE trip generation manual 11th edition rates. In other words, why did you go with DOT and FHWA and not ITE trip generation manual 11th edition to calculate your trips?
The reason is because the parking supply ratio in this case is rather low, and the Institute of Transportation Engineers does not afford engineers the ability to project the amount of trips based on the number of parking spaces. It just allows you to project the number of trips based on units. So a thought exercise for you is if this was 1,008 units and 10 parking spaces, it would be completely inappropriate for us to run ITE trip generation for 1,008 units if there were only 10 parking spaces. So we looked at this two ways. The way that is documented in the traffic impact study, and we also took a look at what the ITE trip generation manual would say if the proposed development were to have a standard 1 parking space to 1 unit parking ratio, like a hypothetical 388 unit building. And those numbers are actually a little bit lower than what we utilized in our traffic impact study, but they're actually remarkably close. So in our submitted traffic impact study, with the methodology using the FHWA statistics, we are utilizing a peak evening trip generation total of 81 vehicles. If you were to run trip generation for that hypothetical 388 unit building that has a 1-to-1 unit to parking space ratio, the total number of trips is 74. So our number is slightly higher than that. I feel very confident in our methodology, and I think taking a look at it in that second fashion just provides another data point or example for the reason why the methodology we used in our report is suitable.
So in layman's terms, are you stating that FHWA provides a more conservative or a higher peak generation trips, both in the evening when cars are arriving and in the morning when cars are leaving? Is that the reason?
The methodology that we used in our traffic impact study actually combines FHWA's estimate of person trips per day with time of day data available in the ITE trip generation manual. So the methodology in the traffic impact study actually uses both sources. But to sum it up, the methodology we used, in my opinion, is more conservative than if you were to just exclusively use the Institute of Transportation Engineers.
All right, okay. I guess last question. Applicant shall advise if road closures at the intersection of Orchard Street and Beach Street are a permanent condition. Is that going to be a permanent condition? Can you say definitively?
My understanding is that it's a permanent condition. I have not been told otherwise throughout this entire process. I can't state with 100% assurance that that is the case, but that is my understanding, and I haven't been told any information otherwise.
You have not received any information from the federal building to the north with those crash gates, whether or not they're going to be moving out, removing those, whatever? I mean, have you had any input?
I have not had personal communications with any federal agencies. I would have to defer to counsel on if those conversations have occurred.
Not just you personally, but your firm in general. Anyone from your office?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right, I believe. Okay, last question. The traffic report indicates that no build levels of service, E or better, will be generally maintained at all approaches to the signalized intersection of Broad Street and West Kinney Street, East Kinney Street during the AM and PM peak hours under build conditions, except for the West Kinney Street eastbound approach. Degrades from a level of service D, 54 seconds, to a level of service E, 56.3 seconds. A level of service E is indicated of borderline failing conditions, however. The applicant proposes signal timing adjustments to maintain a level of service D under build with mitigation conditions with minimal increases in delay at other approaches. The applicant shall provide testimony describing the proposed signal timing adjustments and how no build intersection conditions will be impacted.
What we have included in the traffic impact study and what we're recommending is an extremely minor traffic signal timing adjustment at both the intersection of Broad Street and East Kinney and Mulberry Street and East Kinney. At both intersections, we're proposing to reallocate 1 second of green time from Broad Street to East Kinney and Mulberry Street to East Kinney. So just shifting 1 second of green time would allow us to maintain no build levels of service.
You say minor traffic signal adjustment, you're talking 1 second or less?
1 second period.
That applies both to the traffic light at Broad Street and Kinney Street. And I believe the other one is over at Mulberry Street and East Kinney Street. Both of those lights?
Correct.
Be 1 second?
Correct.
To maintain a level of service of D at both of those lights?
To maintain the no build levels of service.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions or comments for the traffic engineer?
Chair.
Co-Chair Witcher.
Yes, I just want to say
Although you may believe your assessments, I traveled that road often in the morning, as is, right? And there's a bottleneck now, so I can only imagine what it would look like with 51 stories, 1,000 cars.
Please, if you're not speaking, mute your device. I'm sorry, go ahead, co-chair.
No, I was finished. I was finished. It's just very difficult traveling that way. And I would travel down East Kenny to try to get to Oliver Street in the mornings.
You gotta understand, he's a traffic engineer, and I've never met or ever heard of a single traffic engineer not telling you that something was wrong with traffic that they were reporting on. It's never gonna happen.
Chair.
Commissioner James.
I totally concur with you, but I have one question pertaining to Carter Highway. Like, was a traffic study?
Hold on, Commissioner James. Hold that thought. Commissioner Roundtree. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
So
Go ahead,
in terms of
Commissioner.
your traffic study, was McCarter Highway ever considered in this traffic study, specifically during rush hour, morning and evenings?
It was not. So that was specifically asked of us by the Department of Engineering. Their concern was the same as yours, and that is why they asked us to perform the traffic study in accordance with DOT standards. So we looked at the DOT standards, and when the Department of Transportation requires a traffic impact study of a development, it establishes study locations as intersections that would experience an increase of 100 trips during any peak hour or more. Our proposed development would not result in an increase of 100 peak hour trips to any intersection along the state highway, Route 21. And for that reason, we did not study those intersections along Carter.
So I guess, correct me if I'm wrong. Per the DOT, coming off of McCarter Highway, going onto, East Kinney Street is not going to affect the egress and ingress of that development, like when folks are trying to get home or leaving.
I'm not saying that there would not be some impact. What I'm saying is that it would not rise to the level that would require it to be studied by the New Jersey Department of Transportation standards, which is what we were asked to comply with.
Got it. Thank you.
So you're saying that number is 100?
The NJDOT number is 100 peak hour trips. Anything less than that is not considered a study location.
Okay, so it could be 99 or 98. It just doesn't hit that 100 mark, and so you don't have to study. You don't have to answer that.
Okay.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments for the traffic engineer? Hearing none. Next witness. You're muted,
Chair,
sir.
do you mind if we take 5 minutes for restroom?
That should make you suffer. Time check, Madam Secretary.
Yeah, I believe she stepped away for just a moment. It's 8:55.
Okay, Mr. Barry, what time do you have?
8:55, sir.
How much time do you need, sir? 10 minutes?
Well, I'll just need 5 minutes.
All right, back at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Everybody back? You ready to go? Next witness.
And Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd like to call the architect, Mr. Mutlu.
He's coming in now, Chair.
Mr. Chair, just for the record, I just would like to make sure we move I know it's been submitted previously to the board, but we would like to move the traffic report in as an exhibit as T2.
Madam Secretary, you got that?
Apologies, can you repeat?
I would like to include the traffic report as a full exhibit as T2.
Thank you.
I think Commissioner De Silva's having some Wi-Fi issues. Madam Secretary, just so you know.
Okay.
Okay, let's next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call Mr. Mutlu, the architect for this project.
Let's get him sworn in, Mr. Beck.
Yes, sir. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mulu. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be truthful?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
My name is Murat Mutlu. I'm the project architect working under Innova Architecture.
So, Mr. Mutlu, I believe you've appeared before this board.
Yeah, is your license current, sir?
Yes, sir.
You're accepted by the board. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
With that,
I would like to share my screen. All right. Is my screen up?
yes.
Okay. Good evening. We're here for the project that my colleagues has presented earlier with civil and traffic studies. The project is located sort of south of downtown. Just like to show some of the projects that we're currently working in the city and with the same clients as we have for this application, 50 Sussex and Summit Tower with KS Group, and then the Halo Tower, which is under construction. The site is the current parking lot, has frontages on 4 streets. It is covered by other properties, surrounded by other properties as well, which are also parking lots. It's within the living downtown district with unlimited height and some parking restrictions and requirements as mentioned earlier. As you can see in the tax map, the red highlighted area is our property. We do have frontages on Beach, East Kinney, Orchard, and Mulberry Street. So we're proposing a high-rise development with 2 towers over parking, amenity, and retail podium. When we looked at this property, we looked at also the potential options, like how do we develop this land that is quite irregular, and how do we take advantage of this situation and make the best out of it. We also considered what other property owners could develop on this block that may have impacts to us, and so we considered that in sort of 2-dimensional view as well as 3-dimensional view, which I'll show in a minute. We looked at our view corridors, how the tower views will be affected, and even though it seems quite irregular, but the staggered tower design is actually the best scenario when you do high-rise development, because you would like to have ideally clear views between the towers. So staggered is always better than 2 towers being parallel to each other. And by creating this distance, we're allowing sort of better views for our units and also the future towers that may be built on the block. So that's sort of our parking podium, which covers that entire lot geometry that I showed earlier, and the 2 towers going above the podium. And eventually, if our neighbors would like to develop, they could still develop these high-rise projects next to us. We're assuming there could be up to 3 towers in addition to the 2 towers we have. their heights will be sort of a factor of their footprints. So I think we don't anticipate them being taller than us because their footprints are smaller, which means they'll have less number of elevators and less structural capacity to go higher at a reasonable cost. So that's why they're sort of rendered at a smaller elevation than our project. So even though it seems irregular, the project is the views are sort of highly utilized for our project, and it also helps our neighbor properties where they could also have expanded views with this staggered layout. Currently, we do have sort of a number of lot line walls, which will be covered with future development, as you can see in these 3D diagrams. This is a section diagram showing the programmatic distribution in the project. So the podium is multi-level. It's 3 double-story high spaces. Each story is about 20 feet. The upper floors have 2-story high stackers, as you can see in the diagram. Lower floor has retail and lobby, and also sort of the truck maneuvering and valet entrance areas. Over the podium, we have residential floors with amenities shown in this sort of gold color in this diagram. And then midway through the tower, there will be a mechanical floor as well as some mechanical spaces at the top of the towers. Another diagram showing in the other direction, the Mulberry Street entrance will be our primary entrance for the residential sort of lobby. That section will have sort of a 2-story high lobby with the parking further setback in section. I'll run you through the floor plans quickly. This is our basement. We're not anticipating to do a full basement coverage. It will be utilities and some retail storage in the basement. On the ground level, as you can see, we're fully covering the lot geometry that I explained in the tax map. This diagram shows our so pedestrian accesses are shown with the red arrows. So the residential lobby is a continuous shape, almost like a boomerang, that connects Mulberry Street to Beach Street. The tower geometries are highlighted with this dashed lines. So 2 towers sitting on top of this podium. And this blue arrow shows the traffic circulation as described by our traffic engineer earlier. So it is a continuous loop from a traffic perspective and also loading perspective. The truck, the car lifts are also right, along this path, which will allow the valet people to take the cars up to the stacker levels. So the second level is entirely stackers, and the third level is also stackers, as well as we do have an amenity space right on top of the lobby area facing Mulberry Street. And then over the podium, just at the base of the towers, we have amenity spaces on each tower with an outdoor garden connecting them. I'll show you those in 3D views as well. As you go up the tower, we have residential floor plates, sort of a bigger floor plates at the bottom, and then smaller plates at the top. The building profile sort of tapers down as you go up, which helps with the reduction in the wind loads, as well as creating a variety of unit sizes, unit types. And then on the very top level, this is level 51. This is an amenity level with rooftop outdoor spaces, open sky. And 2 elevations that was in the submission set here presented. The buildings are at 586 feet tall with 51 stories over the parking podium. And then some visuals showing the project design, the parking podium with sort of glazed entryways and then glass towers above. And I think this is sort of a strong image showing the current skyline superimposed with sort of future development, including this project. This is our current subject site, but we do have these other projects in the pipeline that is either under construction or being designed to start construction. This aerial view shows the entire block, including our towers, the podium, and so there's Route 21 and Mulberry Street on this end of that image. A night view of the towers at street level, and then a daytime view of the street level. There's some metrics that we presented that is submitted in the package. It provides the board all the square footages in the entire building, every floor, and also total numbers. I won't go into the details of this, but we do have a total of 1,008 apartments, and 20% of those will be affordable units. These are just visual inspirations showing what the amenities would feel like in the building with outdoor spaces, golf simulators, gym, billiard spaces, and about almost over 50,000 square feet of indoor amenities. That makes about 5% of the gross floor area of the building being amenities, which is quite a generous number for a multifamily rental building. We will comply with the sustainability rules in the zoning ordinance, as mentioned in the planner's report. There will be, we're taking basically a non-pervious site and building these towers and collecting stormwater, which is quite an efficient way from stormwater perspective. There will be local materials, low VOC materials being used. We are close to public transit, highways, airport. In terms of environmental quality, the spaces will be day lit with expensive glazing. There will be LED lighting. We do have high efficiency appliances, low flow plumbing fixtures. There will also be electrical car charging stations in the building, which will reduce emissions as well. And we will comply with the bird-friendly glass requirements as listed in the zoning ordinance. This has become a requirement in Newark and also as well as in other municipalities. The awareness has increased across the board. And so the requirements are listed here, but essentially it's up to 100 feet of the tower base would be bird-friendly glass approved by ABC, American Bird Conservancy. And this is not listed in any of the reports, but the life safety has become a question that we've received by sort of commissioners from this board or the zoning board in the past. We are a high-rise building, and high-rise buildings need to be highly secure from a fire safety perspective. There will be an emergency generator for all the life safety elements. All the stairs will be pressurized, so in case of an emergency, there will be no smoke coming into the stairway, so people can safely exit the building. The towers will have fire alarm control panels, fire alarm command centers. There will be fire pumps in both buildings. The entire structure will be sprinklered. We will also have some facade sprinklers which will help providing fire protection to the building envelope as well. And then just another point to make, over 120 feet, the fire apparatus access ladders cannot reach to any tower. So basically, we designed the buildings so that the elevators are used for fire operations. So every floor would have a sort of a safe elevator lobby attached to the current lobbies, which will help the firemen to deploy their equipment and gear and operate on that floor. And I think I'm ending. So this, in terms of aviation safety, we've received approvals from the FAA that there will be no hazard to aviation. This is probably the tallest approval closest to the airport in downtown Newark. And I want to end this with this slide, and hopefully this opens up development south of sort of the downtown core area towards where we are on Mulberry Street. Yeah, this will be the end of my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Commissioners, any questions or comments for the architect?
Chair, if I can, Mr. Satter, we're going to mark this as exhibit T3 as the architectural presentation with approximately 34 slides.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Commissioners, any questions or comments? I have one. So I'm looking at all these glass towers in the background in this picture, this rendering right here. So all of those are yours, sir, the architect?
Yes, sir. Yes. I
So
can.
you did,
This is the Halo Towers.
that's a halo. That's
Right.
what I thought, because this kind of reminds, I was gonna say, this reminds me of the halo.
Right.
And then this one right here, that's on Market Street.
So this one is on Market Street. This is Market Street.
Okay.
That we currently demolished the site there, the
Right.
existing buildings, and this is with KS Group, same client as this project. And then this is the Noah Towers. This has been approved by Landmarks. It's coming in front of your board, hopefully in the next few months. This is 2 towers as well. The Summit Tower went to ZBA. It was not presented to your board. And then that's the Arc Tower in the back that received an extension from your board, I think last month or within this month.
Okay. Commission, board, questions or comments?
I have a related question.
Okay, let's do Commissioner
Vice Chair.
James and then we'll do.
I defer to Vice Chair.
Okay.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
You got it. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner James. Are any of these projects close to completion?
Halo is currently under construction, and Summit Tower is starting construction. The construction work has started with demolition.
How
No, I don't think that
Halo
wasn't her
to
question.
completion?
She asked, is any of these close to completion?
Any of these close to completion? The answer is no.
Thank
So my question is in regards to the floor plans. I know you show different amenities, and I guess I was confused, because I wasn't sure exactly where, those specific amenities were depicted, on the property. I wasn't sure if there was a green roof. Well, it doesn't look like a green roof, but okay, if you could just show where
Let
the
me show
amenities
you
are
in the
specifically on the
section
floor plans.
first, if you like. So you can see my cursor.
Yep.
So each building has amenities at this level, and these amenities, they're indoor amenities and also outdoor garden between the 2 towers.
And this is to clarify, this is the first phase.
This is presented as sort of 2 towers and podium. So it's
Right. So these 2 towers is what we're essentially, looking to potentially deny approve tonight based on the
correct.
site. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then we have amenities at the roof level, which also have outdoor spaces. And I'll show you on the floor plans right after the sections. And our lobby is a huge lounge space, basically. It's specifically for residents. And right over the lobby, we have an amenity space there as well. So I'll go to the floor plans. So this yellow highlighted area is the lobby. And the lobby has lounge spaces and people or residents to hang out. We're even proposing a sort of an espresso bar for our residents. It'll be a highly used ground level active that is for our residents. It's a total of 1,000 units. We're basically building a village in the sky here. So it's going to be full of people and activity at this level. And then right above the lobby, we do have a gym space there facing Mulberry Street. This is over the podium, the bottom of the towers, so the towers with amenities indoor and also outdoor amenity in between. And then on the roof, on the 51st floor, which is the top level, we have indoor amenities that open up to an outdoor garden in each tower.
Okay. So on the first floor level, where you are showing the commercial space, is there any proposed signage on the exterior, or has that been decided yet? I'm assuming that you don't have any particular
Yeah,
retail
correct.
clients.
We don't have a tenant yet, so I think all we can state is that any signage would comply with the zoning requirements. At this time, we do not have any building names or retail tenant to have a logo to present to you.
Okay, so the retail entrances are
On
from the
East King
exterior
Street.
as well as the interior, or how will you get access? So if I'm a, non-resident,
I think it's East Kinney Street would be the storefront for the retail. We will have access from the lobby to the retail, but I think it would depend on the retail tenant type. So the tenant may not prefer our residents to come into their retail from the back door, or they may. So at this time, I cannot say if there will be a connection or not.
okay, and the amenities, I'm assuming the amenities are only applicable to the residents themselves, including the rooftop.
Correct. There will be
That-
a private access only with fob or key card access.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Hearing none. Next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I'd like to call Mr. McDonough.
Good evening, Mr. McDonough. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this board shall be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
My name is John McDonough, and I am the project planner.
And you're accepted by the board. Please continue.
Thank you. Calvin, take it away.
Yes, please.
Okay, so we're here in the Living Downtown redevelopment plan. This is the extreme southern end of the redevelopment plan. And Mr. Chairman, what I'd like to do right off the bat is share 2 slides with the board. Shall I have these marked? There'll be an aerial photograph and then a ground photograph.
Exhibit T4, Mr. Sauter.
Yes.
So T4 for the record will be an aerial photograph that shows the subject site flagged in the broader context of the downtown. In this particular vantage, the north would be to the left and to the south would be to the right. And the beauty of this application is that it extends the downtown to the south. As you just saw through the exhibits through our architect, most of the core of the downtown is located in the center. But as we work our way to City Hall and then further south, that density, that intensity of development starts to break off. The beauty of these buildings, of these spectacular buildings that you have in the downtown, will not only carry Newark into the next century and into the future, but will also create markers to define space in the downtown as well. That's what these signature buildings do. They create vertical elements, vertical markers to help define space and to help define your downtown and create an accent that is now lacking in the downtown. Again, we're by Symphony Hall. We're in a highly amenitized area. And as you heard through Andrew's testimony, we are in an area that is transit rich. We are going to need parking relief, but the parking justification comes through Andrew's testimony to the extent that we have the valet parking. He showed you all those parking facilities and parking lots within reasonable distance to the site. The bus lines, he said that 60% of the people in this zip code use mass transit or carpool. And you also heard through the interaction with Mr. Trafficante about those traffic signal adjustments as well, all of which will enable this site to stay within the carrying capacity of the land in terms of the density, a highly amenitized area, transit rich, amenity rich, and an area where we should be concentrating people consistent with good planning in an accentuating vertical element. The project positives are numerous here. We're going to apply the balancing test. On the positive side, this is a project that is not only going to provide an accent, but new housing, including over 200 housing units on the affordable scale. This is an inclusionary development, and as we've said before, the provision of affordable housing is of paramount public interest, and the essence of the regulations for affordable housing is to eliminate barriers that would create excessive costs in terms of providing for that affordable housing. 51 stories down by the courthouse, again, 200 plus affordable housing units, a parking supply that will meet the actual demand. We've got conformance in terms of density, conformance in terms of height, conformance in terms of the overall coverage, and all of the heavier bulk parameters are met here with this application. The relief, relatively minor and easily justifiable at this stage. You heard through Miguel's testimony at the very beginning with respect to the maximum front yard setback to provide for some green space and better integration of the built environment with the streetscape. The insufficient shade trees will be mitigated by that contribution to the tree bank. We've eliminated the relief for the mobility parking, the justification for the sidewalk width and the driveway width come through our design testimony as reasonable and appropriate. And the overall site will certainly flow, function, and operate safely and efficiently. The main relief for the board to consider is, of course, the insufficient off-street parking, 427 provided, 687 required. But again, falling back on the technical testimony, we believe that this application will squarely land on the positive side. Promotion of the general welfare with new housing stock, affordable housing stock, efficient use of land, and the provision for a variety of uses in appropriate locations, all advanced purposes A, G, I, and M under the municipal land use law. Counterbalancing that with the negative criteria, all of the safety elements have been addressed: traffic safety, fire safety, aviation safety. These units will be comfortable and in full compliance with the building code, structural standards, and again, livable standards as well in terms of the overall unit sizes, the room sizes, and the like. It's going to be a great place to live and a great amenity to the downtown, an extension of the downtown that will add to and enhance the beautiful skyline that defines Newark. With all said, this application lines up very well with the statutory criteria under the C2 balancing test, and therefore approval is warranted. That's all I have on direct.
Thank you, John. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Commissioner James?
Yeah, Council. I didn't really hear anything regarding security. I did hear, key fobs, but I guess in terms of proximity to the federal building, I'm sure there's been some type of communications in regards to, well, has there been in communications with the adjacent federal building regarding this project?
There's been attempts to reach out and give feedback. I think, as you know, right now there's a little bit of a lack of people in the federal government answering to certain things. But I would note, because I worked in that federal building, and it is the model for security around the country, given the unfortunate situation that happened with one of the federal judges that presides in that particular building. It is perhaps the most fortified federal building in the country. But I would also like to just note for the record that as you go around the country, federal buildings such as this tend to be in downtown areas, and they tend to be next door to very large buildings.
Correct, but usually it's large commercial buildings. So I'm just wondering, in terms of, I know you reached out, but like
we will continue to make sure, but we wouldn't, because of where we are located next to what is considered federal land, we would still need to comply with whatever safety precautions they would want us to put in place.
So there's no other, I guess, there's no other entity that you would need to, you're saying, necessarily have to get approval in terms of getting, getting permits or so forth to development.
No, we do need FAA approval because of flight path, which we started that process, and given the height of this building and height of other buildings and where the flight path is located, we believe that that's going to be okay. We also have to deal with the Port Authority, but other than comply with, federal standards in terms of distances from federal buildings, we do not have to seek their approval.
Okay. And back to my original question. So regarding a security plan, I'm sure you're having thoughts or you've had some type of discussions regarding actual physical security personnel. Like, do you have anybody
Well,
interested?
one,
Or
there's
not?
the city's ordinance, right? There's 1,000
Right,
units here,
correct.
which is going to require armed guards on site.
Right.
So, you know, we fully intend to comply with that ordinance. There is also, this area tends to be just heavily guarded, just in general, with 3 federal buildings immediately next door to it.
Okay, so the owner hasn't put thought in terms of how many specific, I know per the ordinance, you must have one armed guard, per 24 hours and so forth, but you don't have any other security measures in place besides just complying with the city ordinance for this large scale ambitious property?
I mean, at the present moment and given how it's encapsulated, but we are open to working with the city. If the city tells us they would like to see more security presence there, we will do that.
I'm done, Chair.
Thanks, sir. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Hearing none. Next witness.
I don't have any more witnesses. I rest when it comes to witnesses, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, so there was Mr. Simon, I think, who Madam Secretary, are there any persons from the public wishing to speak?
Yes, Mr. Simon should be joining us. There he is.
There he is. And I take it you're an attorney, sir?
I am, Mr. Chairman. Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you, before I get started, can you also bring over, I have witnesses. I have a Lee Klein, I have Dennis Cunning, and I have Richard Dunn, if he's in the waiting area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So good evening. Let me first start off and make some comments before we get started. First of all, my name is Rob Simon. I'm an attorney with Herald Law in Warren, New Jersey, and I represent various entities owned or controlled by Paramount Assets. 299 Mulberry LLC, owner of lots 6, 15, 16, 18, 19, 21, 23, 25, and 56 in Block 881, and Orchard LLC, the owner of lots 39, 40, 42, 55, and 61, also which are located within tax block 881. So as this board is aware, back on Friday, March 21st, I communicated in writing with this board with correspondence bearing that date, raising various issues that go to the jurisdiction of this board. As this board is aware that jurisdiction is required for it to receive, review, and consider any development application. And in this case, given that the applicant requires preliminary and final major site plan approval, requires various forms of variance relief, it was required to comply with the notice requirements, certainly of the municipal land use law. And in our correspondence, we identified various deficiencies and inadequacies that do not allow the notice to comply with Section 11 of the municipal land use law, nor common law, which has interpreted various notice requirements for a board to have jurisdiction conferred on it. Just to name a few, the notice fails to mention the total heights of either of these 51-story buildings, each 586 feet tall. No reference to it. No reference to the square footage of the buildings. No reference to the fact that this is a residential development and that these units are all residential units as opposed to commercial or office units. There is no breakdown between studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. No reference of an affordable housing component of this project. No reference of the redevelopment zone in which this property is located, nor any standards that are applicable to the redevelopment zone. There is no reference in the notice to any deviations from the ordinance standards in terms of what the standard is, what the deviation is, and how that deviation is exceeded and to what extent. It doesn't talk about the fact that there needs to be a consolidation of lots, which I've even heard of with regard to this application. There's certain requirements, whether it's the automatic lift and related noise requirements, street state requirements, buffering requirements, landscape requirements, environmental impact statement requirements that have not been complied with, and nor has any relief been sought via the notice requirements for that relief that is necessary for approval of the application. It doesn't even provide the identification of the location and times in which maps and other documents for approval sought are available. There are other deficiencies that I note in my correspondence beyond those I just mentioned right now, in addition to which I understand just from the colloquy and the discussion this evening before the board that certain review reports were only made available today by various board and city professionals. Certainly, we in our development team have not had an opportunity to review any of those recently issued reports and to be able to fully and fairly assess them and ask appropriate questions and provide appropriate testimony and provide appropriate witnesses in response or related to those letters and correspondence that just were issued apparently for the first time today. And I will say, having sat through, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the testimony this evening, certainly we representing on behalf of Paramount Assets and those various LLC entities and the many properties that we represent that are located immediately adjacent and surrounding the subject development, we do have some concerns with regard to this project, certainly. And certainly, while I am prepared to not only ask cross-examination questions and inquire from the various witnesses with regard to this application, many of the statements and more importantly, the omissions relating to that application through what I will believe will be exhaustive or thorough, I should say, cross-examination. We also have not one, but 2 parking and traffic witnesses to testify with regard to this application, not to mention the fact that we also would reserve our right at a future hearing to present the testimony from a professional planning witness with regard to the proofs that have been submitted for the variance relief here. Now, that all being said, Mr. Chairman, and I'm a board attorney, actually here in Essex County, and certainly what in these types of circumstances, based on the magnitude of this project, that we're talking about over 1,000 units, irregularly shaped property, different entrances and exits, and various issues associated with the development of this property and its height. Certainly, I would be recommending to my board at this point, and I'm asking on behalf of my clients, that we be provided, before we have to get into cross-examination, before we get into presenting our own experts, that we maybe be provided, frankly, taking a step back, especially given not only the jurisdictional issues, but other issues that are inherent to this project, to be able to sit down with the applicant and certain of their experts, frankly, to review our concerns, to ensure that the project doesn't negatively impact not only our current operations, not only safety, not only security, but also our ability to develop our respective properties in the future. I will tell you that based on what I heard this evening and thoroughly understanding the many, many concerns about how this site is going to operate from a circulation, parking, and functionality standpoint, that I truly believe, as not only an officer of the court, but as a board attorney, that that having those discussions prior to continuing on with participating in this application, we would suggest be fruitful and appropriate at this time. And I tell my boards all the time, not just in Essex County, but other communities where I represent them, that what we are all looking for is not necessarily an adversarial proceeding. And there's actually a case, Smith versus Fairhaven, that goes right to that issue. It's an opportunity for the board to consider all sides so that it can make an intelligent, informative determination, especially for a project of this magnitude, that best accords with the applicant's interests and the interests of the public. And what we are looking for in the end from all sides, humbly, is intelligent development. And certainly to have an opportunity prior to getting into cross-examination, providing our objector's case, with various witnesses. And like I said, I have 3 of them here tonight, which are going to take some time, that I think it behooves the process. I think it behooves the city and behooves my clients, the applicant, and this process to allow us an opportunity to maybe sit down with to sit down with the applicant and their professionals to go over our concerns with the hope that they can be addressed, certainly prior to a future meeting, whereby in the end, we might not even need to participate.
Understood. I'm going to have to defer to our board attorney, Mr. Beck. You want to weigh in on this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, what I'd like to do is take a 5-minute recess to speak to you offline, so I can have an attorney-client privilege conversation. Mr. Souter, do you wish to weigh in at this particular juncture?
I actually would like to weigh in
Fine,
on
then
this,
I was going to offer you that before I went offline.
Yeah,
and had a
because
conversation.
one, I think it's important for this board to know, and as it goes into this deliberation, that my client has had conversations with his client. His client is looking to do similar to what our neighbor did at 200 Market Street. They've land banked for years. They've tied up property in our city, and now they seek to keep this development from happening until they get the number that they want for their property. I think it's important that we keep in mind when we talk about this notice issue that the courts and the law, the letter of the law, despite what this council gets up here and says what the common law may be, in his opinion, well, I will say to you, depending on which opinion you read, it becomes very subjective on the level of detail that notices need to have. 2 things are required: time and place. The third thing that is required is reasonable notice of what it is you're asking for. And the courts have decided many different ways on what that reasonable notice should be. In past decisions, the court has routinely and consistently looked for whether or not the general public, not professionals, the general public would have an understanding of what you're asking for. Here, we made an application and we noticed, letting everyone know, including these individuals here, that we were building 51-story buildings with retail space and amenities with 1,008 units within 2 towers. That, we argue, is sufficient notice to cure the jurisdictional question that this gentleman brings. There are no cases under the sun that would require us to do the level of notice that Mr. Simon suggests that he's telling people in whatever municipality in Essex County he's in to do. Rather, what we have is someone from far, far, far away who could care less about what we have going on here in Newark, seeking to continue to keep Newark in the state where we cannot develop, to try to push someone to spend additional dollars. And they have already said it. No matter what we do, if we don't get to a point of buying this property, they are going to sue us. I implore this board, let them sue us. Let them sue us if that's what they want to do. We believe we've given proper notice, and any decision that would be made in reference to that notice would be subjective. There could not be, before this board, Dan, you will not get any, if Mr. Simon, if you charged him right now with sending you a common law case, right, that said that because the height was not put on there, that was inappropriate notice. He would not be able to show you a case that says, I need to take every single request in our application and put it in the notice in order for them to have adequate notice. When we look at his letter here, his letter goes on ad nauseum about things that you would never include, Mr. Beck. You would never include in your notice micro mobility parking area requirements, streetscape parking requirements, landscape requirements, bird-friendly design requirements, as if the general public needs to know those things in order to have notice of this hearing. And they actually come before this board tonight, actually having spoken to our client, having received those notices, and they themselves being intelligent enough to be able to get here tonight. I would say they got sufficient notice based on their presence here today. Had they sent a letter and said that we didn't get a letter, my neighbor told me, I might be able to hear you. That's not what they're saying. Rather, what they're saying is, we don't like this development. And until they sit down with us, because we're the big boy in town, they can't move forward. I implore this board that if they want to take that to court, let them take it to court. But Dan, you know, Paramount doesn't put the level of specificity in their notices that they're asking us to do today. They just do not do it. They are only looking to hold us up. I asked this board to allow this city to continue to develop. And if they want to argue this in front of the court, argue it in front of the court. But I'm telling you the 3 factors: time, place, and a general notice of what it is that we're going to do have been given. And that is all we are required under the municipal land use laws to do. And there are no cases that exist that would bring us down this rabbit hole that Mr. Simon is bringing here.
So let me respond to that then. Thank you very much, counsel. So first of all, as an Essex County boy, which I am, I will tell you that if this board would like to have briefing on the issue of jurisdiction, let's do it. Because I will tell you right now,
We don't need to
As
do it.
I,
That's what a
excuse
court
me,
is for.
excuse me.
That's what a court is for.
Excuse me.
That is what a court is for.
Hey,
I
well,
did
well,
not, counsel, I did not interrupt.
Can I interject, counsel, Mr. Simon? With all due respect, I don't think the board needs briefing on that. We were both in receipt of your letter. Mr. Souter addressed it. The board feels comfortable with the issue of notice. And that's why we heard the application. And we're here at this stage of the hearing. We've heard the testimony, and obviously
what we're going to do is maintain decorum, and we're not going to overtalk each other. That we're not going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, putting the issue of jurisdiction aside, with our client, of course, reserving all rights and respectfully disagreeing with counsel's interpretation of the law and some of his recitation of the underlying facts, which are just incorrect. I certainly reiterate our request, with all due respect to all interested parties and participants here, that we do feel that it is in the board's, the city's, the applicants, and our clients' best interest for us to have an opportunity with professionals to sit down and hopefully address the concerns that we have incident to this application, so to possibly avoid us formally participating, which we are ready to proceed with. So we would ask the board, with its indulgence, to, I guess you're going to do it in executive session, which is fine, to consider that request at this time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Beck.
I would like to take a 2 or 3 minute recess to speak with you offline. Mr. Souter, before the chair and I deliberate, do you have, first of all, briefly, have you had an opportunity to address some of the concerns and meet with the developer at all?
When you say the developer, you mean my client or his client?
His client.
I've spoken to his client.
Okay. Do you feel it would be fruitful to?
I do not. They are going to sue us regardless.
Okay. My point is that it is already 10 o'clock at night. We know we're not going to complete this application and be in a position to vote on it this evening. And I don't know where on the calendar this would be moved to, whether perhaps it'd have to be a special to continue this. I don't know how much further along on the calendar we would move this application to. So that being said, knowing that there's going to be time constraints, you still feel that it doesn't make any, you're not, you don't have any intention on entertaining the.
I don't have anything left to present.
I'm sorry?
I don't have anything left to present.
No, I'm not worried about you. They
I mean,
have.
I from a process standpoint, right? All of my architect, my engineer, my planner, they've all testified. The floor was open to folks to question. In the common parlance, if they were going to object or ask them questions, they would have done that when they testified. There was no request to do that. So, I mean, unless they're gonna try to do a whole new hearing, right? Which I just don't know. I don't know. And to be frank with you, Dan, I don't expect to give them any leniency because they won't give it to us. So I don't intend for this to be a scenario. I think they should have to proceed in the time period that is allotted to them, like anyone else.
I just want
Just like us, Dan, we got the reports today. So if he wants to question people on the reports, we had to review them. We had to testify for them today. If he feels like he wants to question them, let him question them.
Okay, but my point is that that's going to take a substantial, in my opinion, probably quite a bit of time. That obviously I don't know whether they're going to be able to complete it tonight and when it would be rescheduled to continue that. I just was asking whether you thought it might be fruitful and save some time moving forward. But you seem
I don't think so.
Mr. Beck, can I just comment and just respond to
Mr. Simon, go ahead.
Yeah, so I, as an officer of the court, I have no information whatsoever of any conversations that Mr. Satter is referring to that he may have participated in with his client, with my clients. I apologize. Not saying they didn't happen, but I've zero knowledge of it. That being said, I certainly believe, and I've done this for 32 years now, I certainly believe that, and Mr. Sauter, some of Mr. Sauter's professionals know me quite well. And I promise you that any request that I'm making tonight in terms of the ability to sit down with an applicant, especially after hearing the testimony and an explanation of what is being, to some extent, what is being proposed here, is incredibly helpful, I truly believe, to this process. I understand Mr. Sauter's issues. He's a good advocate for his client. That's not the issue. The issue is to try to, under the municipal land use law, try to address applications in a way that is thoughtful. And I do believe that my suggestion is not any way, shape, or form a time waster. It is a sincere request to try to hopefully eliminate any issues that my client has. And that's very honest and forthright.
And at this juncture, if Mr. Chairman, if I might speak to you ever so briefly offline.
Sure.
Mr. Beck, I would just like to note for the record and be very clear, so that the record is very clear, whether Mr. Simon knows it or not, right? That the adversary here has spoken to my client ad nauseum. They actually had negotiations to sell property to my client that were not fruitful, right? So, I'm not going to say he's being disingenuous, because he stated, and I believe him to be an officer of the court who would not misrepresent himself on the record. But I can tell you that those things have happened. Those conversations have happened. And his client in those conversations have been adamant on their feelings about this and how they wanted to proceed. And I will, with that, renew my desire to have this application heard in full this evening.
Correct. Understood. And Mr. Chairman, if we could just take 2 minutes.
Time check, Madam Secretary.
We have the time at 9:58.
You only need 2 minutes? All right, here we go.
All right, 10 p.m.
All right, we're back. We're getting back on, guys.
There it is 10 p.m.
We are back live, and so Mr. Simon, the floor is yours. Understand, everyone, we got a hard stop at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
And
So
then
I
we'll
guess,
have to figure out when and how, when we'll continue.
okay. So I will start, as I stated, with my cross-examination. I will start with, I'll do it in order. I'm going to start with Ms. McGuire. Ms. McGuire, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
And you are still under oath.
Thank you.
So you understand that this application is for major preliminary final site plan approval, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it your understanding as you put together the plans, Ms. McGuire, that the intention is to consolidate these lots into one lot?
Correct.
Have you, you've never worked on, well, let me ask you a question. In terms of sites that you've worked on, have you ever worked on a 1,000 residential unit site?
I don't believe so, no.
Have you ever worked on a 600 residential unit site, Ms. McGuire?
I have, yes, within the city of Newark.
And which project was that?
Off the top of my head, I don't have the address, but I can look it up for you.
Do you, that would be great if you could. I would like to hear what that is. Did that project, if you recall, was that the biggest project you've ever worked on before this project in terms of number of units?
I believe it may have been, yes.
And did that project that you're going to look up for me, did that contemplate 100% valet parking?
I believe it did, yes. And let me try to pull this up or
Sure.
pull up the
Thank you. I appreciate
address.
that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
if you could just give me a couple
Yep,
minutes.
I will. Thanks, Mikhail.
If you wouldn't mind, Simon, I may be able to help you a little bit.
Sure.
Okay,
Not
Michaela.
trying to hide anything. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, Michaela, did you work on Nova Towers? What we call Nova Towers?
210 Market Street?
Yes.
Correct. That was the site I was gonna pull up.
Not 210 Market Street. I'm sorry. So Nova Towers is the two towers off of Branford Place. We just had a technical review.
Correct. Yes, I did.
Is that 712 units, that project?
Correct, it is.
Does that use mechanical parking?
Correct, it does.
And is that within the vicinity of this property?
Yes, it is.
What is the address of that property, Ms. McGuire?
Let me look this up quickly.
Mikhail, it's 16 William Street.
Not 16 William Street.
That's the
16
Newark
William
one.
Street?
As well as 900 Broad Street.
Is it the same project, two addresses?
They're two different projects. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean.
No, you know what?
I
Look, it's totally fine if you want to help the witness sort of refresh her recollection in terms of which is which, so the record is clear. I have no problem with that.
Those are two different projects I mentioned.
Okay. So the 16 Willow Street is how many units?
16 Williams.
Williams, I'm sorry. I don't know my own handwriting. How many units?
712 units sound about correct?
Yes, that's the number. Yeah.
Ms. McGuire?
I'll have to pull up the plans. I don't remember off of memory, but it does sound correct.
Okay, and you referred to another project. What was that other project? The Broadway project, I think you said. I'm sorry.
It was 900 Broad Street.
900 Broad Street. And the 16, I'm sorry, how many units was 900 Broad Street?
I will have to pull that up as well. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Or the 16 William Street and 900 Broad Street projects both in the city of Newark?
Correct, they are.
And starting with 16 William Street, what is the development approval status of that project?
We had a TRC, I believe, with the city, but we have not been in front of the board yet.
Is that planning board or board of adjustment?
I believe it is planning board.
And the 900 Broad Street project that's also in the city, what is the development status of that project?
That one, we also had a TRC meeting with the city, and we have not been in front of the board yet either. That one is.
Well, can I ask a clarifying question, Simon, if that's all right with you?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Michaela, do you recall the project on William Street getting historic approval?
I do not.
Okay. I just like to know for the record that project has had historic board approval.
Is it like an HBC approval?
Yep.
Is that referring to right? Ms. McGuire, were you privy to that approval process for the Historic Preservation Commission for that project? You were not. Do you have any idea what they considered in terms of parking or access regarding the project?
As I mentioned, I was not privy to those.
Okay. And have you, of projects that have been approved by a planning or zoning board and built, constructed, have you been involved in any such projects where the number of residential units exceeded 500?
Correct. I have. So 200 Market Street was approved and was over 500 units.
And 200 Market Street, is that in the city of Newark?
Correct. It is in the city of Newark.
And how many units was approved for that project?
I believe it was 514.
So the number of units for this project is roughly double that project, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. Do you recall whether 200 Market Street with the 514 units relied exclusively on valet parking?
It did, yes.
And did it contemplate mechanical systems similar to this project?
Correct, it did.
And so for 200 Market Street, do you know how many? Well, first of all, have you observed the valet parking system that's utilized for the 200 Market Street project?
My colleague on this, who testified to the traffic engineering, has observed those mechanical equipment for valet parking. I personally have not.
Have you observed any ingress and egress movements at 200 Market since that project was approved and built?
I have not, and it has been approved. It has not been constructed.
So, have you observed any project that has been approved and built in excess of, let's say, 300 units that relies exclusively on valet parking?
Personally, I have not, but as I mentioned, my colleague did observe.
All right, yeah, we'll talk to him soon. Um, the your colleague, and when you say your colleague, are you talking about Andrew Vicio?
Correct.
So when Mr. Vicio was asked by a member of the board about impact of this development from an ingress egress traffic perspective on other properties in the vicinity of this property, my recollection was that he deferred that question to you. Do you recall that this evening?
I do.
And have you performed an assessment of the impacts of development of this two-tower, 1,008 unit development on other lots in the vicinity of this project?
So what I have done from a site civil perspective is made sure that the existing lots that are not a part of this application still have vehicular and pedestrian access to all the lots that are not part of this application. So that's what I testified to when I was speaking. By us proposing this building, we are not cutting off any of the existing vehicular access points to enter onto one of these parking lots.
So your assessment of impact of development on other properties was limited to making sure that vehicles could physically enter and exit driveways on those surrounding properties?
That's not what it was limited to. That is just what I specifically testified to address one of the engineering comments from the T&M review letter.
What else did your assessment as to impacts of development on these other properties entail?
So from a site civil perspective, we look at items that we are demolishing on site. So as I mentioned, we took a look at the existing utility poles and the potential impacts there. We do agree to work with any utility providers if we do need to relocate or remove any of these. I also made a comment regarding the light pole in my testimony. Again, we did agree to review those impacts on the adjacent parking facility to ensure we're meeting any of the lighting standards on our site and not negatively impacting any of these parking fields. So demolition, lighting. The other thing we look at from a site civil perspective would be drainage and grading as well, which we did review. One of the comments in the engineering letter was to review the grading on one of the properties to ensure no ponding, which, as I mentioned, we reviewed the T&M letter. We agree to address any of those comments and ensure no negative grading or ponding impacts as a part of this development.
So your review in terms of assessment of impacts just went to site plan issues such as utilities, demolition, grading utilities, correct?
Correct.
And you yourself did not perform any traffic circulation, ingress and egress, or parking studies as part of this application, correct?
I personally did not provide the parking studies.
Let me ask you a question, Ms. McGuire. In terms of, and I'll ask you some more questions later, but in terms of construction, right? You know, you provide, I believe, you know, where you're going to be dumping some dirt, right? Stockpiling, and you're going to have areas where there's going to be some access. Have you done a study to assess whether you are going to need to encroach upon any of the properties surrounding your property for construction activities?
We have not done that analysis. No, that would be provided as part of the building permit submission.
Okay, so you don't know at this time whether you are going to require any type of construction, temporary or permanent construction or development easement from my clients and their properties for any purpose yet, correct?
Correct. We don't have that analysis currently. That's typically
And-
part of a building permit submission.
And in terms of, and you're employed by Stonefield, correct?
Correct.
Did you develop your site plan prior to the architect putting together his floor plans and elevations, or was it vice versa?
Our office and the architectural office worked together to design this plan. So it was a simultaneous activity.
And as part of your work on this project, you put together your Stonefield site plan, various plan sheets, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I see the name Josh Klein on these plans as the licensed professional engineer. Is your name on these plans at all?
My name is not Joshua Klein is a partner
Right.
at Stonefield Engineering.
Right. So Mr. Klein was the one that created these plans, not you, correct?
I did create and oversee these plans.
You oversaw the plans, but you didn't sign off on the plans?
I just want to, the testimony was that she created and oversaw the plans.
Okay, so what is, let me ask the question differently then. When you say you created the plans, what does that mean?
That means I assisted within the files to design these plans, as well as worked with my team to oversee that the plans were done accurately.
Okay, but Mr. Klein was the engineer of record with regard to these plans?
He is the partner at the firm that stamped and signed and sealed these plans, correct?
Okay. And with regard to these plans, did you participate in putting together zoning tables for these plans?
I did, yes.
And with regard to one of the items on the zoning table that has to do with, I apologize, minimum lot width. And it says required 100 feet, and it says existing and proposed 312 feet. Do you recall that?
Correct. That is what our zoning table is showing.
And with regard to lot width, the lot width would be measured for this particular case at 4 streets: Mulberry, East Kinney, Orchard, and Beach, correct? Because you're fronting on all 4 of those streets, right?
We do have 4 frontages, correct?
Right. So did you do an analysis, Ms. McGuire, as to whether each of those 4 lot widths are compliant at a minimum of 100 feet for each one of those 4 frontages?
This may be a better question for the planner.
Okay. But did you, when you put together the zoning table and you put 312 feet compliant, did you take, when you did that, you didn't take into consideration the lot widths of the other widths that face the other various streets, correct?
So I believe we tried to follow the code to the best extent possible. As you can see, this is a very irregular shaped lot with 4 frontages. However, we were looking at Mulberry as the front yard, so we did utilize that in doing this calculation. Like I said, the planner may be better suited to answer this question because it is an irregularly shaped lot, as you can see.
When you put together the zoning table for the plan sheet, you participated in that, right, on C4 of your plans?
Yes.
As part of that activity, did you make an assessment of the development potential of the lots that are immediately adjacent to this property, especially given the irregular shape of the lot? I'm sorry, of the project?
That was not part of the lots we were looking at during our zoning analysis.
So you did not do an independent review of how those properties could be developed under existing zoning, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware, though, that each one of those properties that are adjacent to your property are similarly within the redevelopment zone, correct?
Yes, they are in the same redevelopment plan.
And when you reviewed this participated in this application, did you review any prior resolutions, whether they were for approval or denial, regarding the site in question?
I don't believe we had any of those on record. I did not.
Yeah. Did he do an investigation to determine whether they do exist or not?
I believe we submitted OPA requests for old documents, but again, I don't remember seeing an old resolution.
Okay. And do you know what the time frame was for that OPA request?
Off the top of my head, I do not.
And did you review a title search for the properties in question?
I did not. Stonefield was not the surveyor on this project.
So you're not aware whether there's any type of easements or restrictions that may impact this proposed development, correct?
As the site engineer, we did review the survey for any potential impacts to see if was any easements noted, but we did not see any on the survey, and we did not see any title report.
Okay. With regard to the 200 Market Street, that project that you worked on with 514 units, do you recall how many stories was that project?
I believe it was 46 stories.
And one building?
Correct.
And how many total feet do you recall offhand?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall.
With regard to the project site.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the rules for these hearings are such that cross-examination should be reasonable, and they're only afforded a reasonable opportunity to cross-examine a witness. Right now, this witness is being asked questions about property that are not in question right now. My client and their team have been sworn in as professionals. This line of questioning is really doing nothing but wasting time. And I'd ask this board to recognize that so that we can move forward with some questions that may be of some reasonable consideration to this particular application. You're asking if we know whether or not someone is building something next door. It's owned by a development company. We all know that, right? They've said they're going to build something for almost a decade. They haven't done anything. So like this line of question, I think is unreasonable. And I'm just asking for this particular body to not allow them to just waste this body's time, as you only are subject to provide them with a reasonable opportunity to cross-examine, not unlimited opportunity to cross-examine.
Members of the board, I will respond to that. First of all my questions are relevant in going to the credibility of the witness, her ability based on her experience to adequately assess engineering issues relating to this application. I do question Mr. Souter's repeated inclusion of facts. He's not sworn, he's not a witness, that are not in the record. I am very careful to make sure that all of my questions go to, in this particular case with Ms. McGuire, her plans, her testimony, her experience.
Well,
all relevant and all go to the issues at hand, keeping in mind that this is preliminary and final major site plan application. I will continue and I will.
Even with that, Mr. Chair, I would note that you found Ms. McGuire to be a professional licensed here in the state of New Jersey. So the question whether or not, this particular building over another, I mean, credibility, this is a hearing where she's been sworn in and she has the qualifications. The board has already made that determination. So for him now to say, I'm going to question every little thing she's ever done under the sun, how that is somehow related to this application, I just don't see it. I really don't. And my only point being, Mr. Chairman, is that there's a reasonableness that is put in front of his opportunity to cross-examine. And it should only be to things that she's actually testified to. She didn't testify to any of her other buildings, right? He's asking her questions about parking, which she had nothing to put on the record in reference to. She noted that it was someone else, right? And I was trying to do him a favor and not belabor this and make her have to go into the crates and to the file room to go figure out every project that she's done.
Which I welcomed, by the way.
But it's unreasonable, is my point.
Please acknowledge
my point is that it's unreasonable.
If an engineer.
Hold on. Hold on. Mr. Beck, you want to weigh in here?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Simon, I think we can move this along. We've established certain facts, this, that, and the other thing. If you could speed up your line of questioning or shorten your questions or condense them to relevant facts. I mean, Mr. Souter is permitted to object. You're permitted to ask your questions and glean what you need to glean. But if we could do it in a little more of an expeditious fashion and try to get to what it is that you're really looking for, rather than in a potentially circuitous manner.
Okay. If you're aware that Beach Street is closed off right now, right, Ms. McGuire?
Correct.
And you're not aware of any identified commercial tenants for this project, correct?
I am not, no.
Okay. And you did not perform any type of pedestrian circulation study to determine where folks are going to be entering and exiting from the various entry and exit points for this project, right?
Correct.
And while you included 2 loading areas on this project, you did not perform any type of independent evaluation as to the adequacy or turning templates associated with those loading areas, correct?
My colleague did prepare those for the city.
But you did, were the turning templates submitted?
Chairman, we have a traffic engineer. So for him to continuously ask her questions about traffic issues And what the traffic engineer testified to, right, is just ridiculous. He's doing the same exact thing. He's wasting time.
You know what? I didn't put two loading areas of various
I don't
dimensions
care
on my
what you
site
put and where
plan.
did you
The
put it.
engineer.
I don't care
whoa.
what you think about that. You can ask questions that are reasonable to this. I have a traffic engineer. If you want to ask the traffic engineer, but I'm not going to have you sit here and ask my architect if he did a study on people walking. I'm not going to have you sit here and ask somebody who does surveys whether or not the 59th floor has something on it. You should do a better job of focusing on the reasonableness of the questions that you're asking. You're not doing it. Otherwise, I'd sit here quiet.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue, please, Mr. Simon. Can we stay on
Yes,
track?
I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay
Someone's
above
got to rein them
fray
in.
when it
Okay.
comes to those kind of
I don't
comments.
care. I'm going to tell you that to your face. I don't
Well,
care.
Mr. Sauter, please.
Excuse me, can you please ask counsel to show respect for those who are participating?
I
in
promise
this
you I
process?
am. You're the one who's not.
All right, gentlemen, please. Mr. Sauter, Mr. Simon, please continue. We don't have much time left this evening.
Sure. With regard to buffering requirements, Ms. McGuire, in the ordinance, other than what you're showing on your landscaping plan, on your landscaping sheet, are you considering any buffering to the adjacent properties?
The only landscaping requirements applicable for this site are the streetscape requirements, as the building is taking up essentially the entirety of the lot.
And you don't believe that there's any buffering requirements that are required as part of this development, correct?
To my knowledge, correct, and there was also nothing noted in the from the planner's letter.
With regard to environmental, was there an environmental impact statement submitted by your office?
There was not, no.
And are you aware of any adverse environmental condition that may have been identified in the phase 1 for this project?
I am not, no.
And with regard to stormwater management, you mentioned an underground detention system. Did you perform any type of evaluation of groundwater table location?
We have not, but we did agree to provide one as a condition of approval.
So right now you haven't done any study on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And have your, I don't think I saw it, did your plans include your proposed underground stormwater detention facility?
They did, yes.
With regard to, you mentioned, well, is there a generator that's proposed to be installed on site?
I believe that's a better question for the architect.
That's fair. In terms of stormwater, beyond groundwater table, you didn't do any other runoff calculations at this time, correct?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. Other than we already know you didn't do an assessment, you didn't do test pits to determine the depth of groundwater. Did you do any other or any type of runoff calculations regarding this project?
We did, correct, to show we are meeting the city requirements as well with our stormwater report.
With regard to lighting, you said that you're going to fully comply with the ordinance, correct? In terms of impacts on adjacent properties?
Correct, we are meeting all of the city requirements with the current design.
And with regard to the water and sewer issues that were touched upon by the board's professional, since that meeting that he referenced back in February, were there any studies or evaluations done regarding water and sewer capacity, including enough water to fight a fire?
Within the month or so, no.
And with regard to, are you removing any trees as part of this application?
I don't believe so. We are proposing to keep the 2 trees as I testified to on Mulberry Street. And not removing any trees on site.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time for this particular witness.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Roundtree, you have a question or comment? I see your hand is raised. Commissioner Roundtree? You're muted.
I'm sorry, there was so much going on. I missed the question, sir.
Oh, no, you have your hand raised.
Oh, no, let me take it down. Well, that was a long time ago. I'm not trying to extend the hour.
Yeah, your hand probably real tired by now.
No, I'm not trying to
You had it
extend the
up so
hour. I
long.
can't find my house keys and I'm
All
just coming I'm on this meeting, y'all. I'm gonna pray for y'all. All right,
Okay.
let me shut up so we can get off this meeting.
All right.
Mr. Chair, if I may, a few
Yes, sir,
follow-up
Mr. Sauer.
Thank you. Michaela, are you a traffic engineer?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you didn't do any of the traffic studies or anything that was just that you were questioned about?
I did not.
You work for a rather big company. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Is it typical for multiple people to work on plans?
Yes, it is.
And because of the hierarchy, is it permittable in your profession for someone else to stamp the plans, even if they aren't the person who actually completed the plans and is testifying to those plans?
Yes, it's fairly typical.
Right. Do you typically review title reports of your clients?
Typically, no.
I mean, would it have any bearing whatsoever on what your job is as an engineer?
Typically, no, as long as we receive a survey that is up to date and signed and sealed by a New Jersey surveyor.
Okay. Your license as a licensed engineer that you paid a lot of money, and I'm sure your parents probably went to that a little bit about too. You went to school, right? And you passed that test. Did that permit you to be able to be a part of designing these types of buildings?
Yes, it did.
Does part of you being a licensed engineer here, civil engineer here in the state of New Jersey, would that mean that the state boards believe that you are qualified as any other civil engineer who would have that qualification to do the work that you've done in reference to this building?
Yes, it does.
That's a little bit of a funny question to ask you here, especially in this whole DE&I space that we live in today, right? Has anyone ever questioned whether or not you're qualified after you let them know that you are an actual licensed engineer in the state?
No, not before tonight.
Interesting. Have you ever been required, or is there anything in your training that would require you to try to figure out if the neighbors around the property have some hopeful plan to build something? Does it require you to do that?
As long as those lots are already their own individual lots, no.
Okay. So as long as you aren't interfering with those lots, you don't really, in your professional judgment, have to take them into consideration.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And this has been a parking lot, right?
Correct.
Okay. An encroachment study that came up, right? When would you typically do an encroachment study as a licensed professional engineer here in the state of New Jersey?
That would typically be done during building permit submission.
Those aren't building permits. Are we quite a ways away from that?
We are, yes.
Would this be a typical first step that you would have to take before somebody would spend the money to go and do an encroachment study?
No.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony and your professionalism.
Thank you.
Ms. McGuire, just a couple of follow-ups. Have you reviewed the living downtown redevelopment plan to which this property is subject?
I have, yes.
And does it not talk about development of various areas in accordance with a unified plan, or I shouldn't say unified, but a plan that takes into consideration the surrounding areas?
I think to be clear, we are not proposing to subdivide any of these lots off. We are not proposing to change any of these adjacent lots. They are currently the size and shape that they are today, and we are not proposing to change that. So that was not something we, as the professional engineer on this, reviewed as part of this application.
But you're looking to consolidate those lots, correct?
For the subject lots were in front of the board today for yes.
Yes. And do you believe that in designing this project as the civil engineer on this project, that under the living downtown redevelopment plan, that consideration should be given to surrounding properties, including those in the redevelopment plan itself?
So what we were looking at as the site civil engineer was regarding, as I mentioned, demolition, lighting, landscaping, grading, drainage, really safety on these adjacent properties, not what could be potentially a future development on these lots. We were looking at it from an engineering and safety perspective.
Okay. The survey that you relied on, what year was that, if you recall?
It was dated March 8th, 2023.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Michaela, just a quick question. When you may know this or not. If you don't, you can feel free to just tell me that you don't. But when consecutive lots are owned by a common property owner, don't they become consolidated almost as a matter of law?
I don't know that off the top of my head as not being a surveyor.
Okay, and then one other question. You may not know the answer to this one either, but you did review the redevelopment plan in this area?
Correct.
Do you know what the redevelopment plan says in reference to surface parking lots and the city's desire to either continue to have them or to get rid of them?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember, but I believe it's the latter.
And meaning that the city would like to see many of these surface parking lots go away?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McGuire, just to follow up on that. The minimum lot size for this particular redevelopment zone is 10,000 square feet, correct?
Correct.
And how many properties, individual lots, you're looking to consolidate as part of this application per your site plan?
12 lots.
12 lots. How many of those 12 lots meet the minimum 10,000 square foot requirement, if you know?
Off of the top of my head, I do not know that answer.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
I would say, Michaela, we do meet it here, though, correct?
In the proposed condition, yes, we are meeting the minimum lot size.
Thank you.
So look, I know that there's some other witnesses that you'd like to cross-examine. We have a time check, Madam Secretary.
The time is 10:45.
And so we have 15 minutes left, and there's no way
No way.
possible
Right.
that you're gonna get through the rest of the testimony. So in the interest of time and fairness, we need to figure out if when's the next available date so we can continue this, or is it gonna be a special? And we agree we need to try to figure that out now because we do have some other business to take care of.
Yeah, I think this is an open meeting, so if we don't finish tonight, I think unless there's a special called before the next scheduled meeting, I think we would need to go on the next meeting. And I believe we would also need to be heard first.
Mr. Barry, the time of decision, we have until what date?
The completeness review letter was sent out on February 3rd, right after the technical review meeting. So from there, 120 days, because there's variances in the application. I believe it's June 3rd is our time of decision. So we've got some time for the board to work within its rights here. I will say that our next agenda is extremely busy with, I believe there's 5 substantial applications already scheduled. So I don't see how that can be workable at this point, because that's only 2 weeks from now.
And if we were to schedule a special,
well, we could adjourn it to the next meeting and work on finding a special meeting date or some other appropriate time to preserve notice and then figure things out in the next 2 weeks. But I don't see any way we could have it heard, because I know that this is going to take the better part of an evening. And like I said, we have 5 substantial applications already scheduled.
So it's I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so I agree. I think we need to just adjourn it to our next meeting, which that meeting date is what, Mr. Barry? What's the date?
That is
7.
April 7th.
April 7th. Yeah.
So if everybody agrees, we'll adjourn this until April 7th, come back and figure out a special when we can hear this. Because I know the next couple of meetings, I think we're already in May sometime. Is that right, Madam Secretary? We're already backed up to May.
Yes.
So we're probably going to need to schedule a special on this. So let's adjourn to April 7th, come back, figure it out from there. Maybe we can have some conversations in between and figure out a date to do a special.
Mr. Chair, I do believe that since this is open, I don't think we can skip a meeting.
No, I said we're gonna go back. We're gonna.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to be clear that we weren't coming back just to try to figure out another date.
April 7th is the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So we're gonna adjourn until then, and then if we can come up with a special between now and then, another date, but we'll preserve notice. But we'll hear you on April 7th, and we'll move forward from there.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you.
Have a great
Board,
evening.
Council.
We'll see you back here April 7th. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you. You too.
All righty, Mr. Beck. What do we got here? I lost one place. Let's go back and. Okay, we have minutes from, give me 1 second, bear with me.
Chair, we don't. I'm beating
No
myself up.
minutes.
I didn't send it. No.
All right, no worries. All right, so Mr. Beck, you have some memorializations?
Yes, we do. We have 4 resolutions to be memorialized this evening. The first one is CPB 2491, which is 517-523 Bergen Street. CPB 24112, 200 Halsey Street. 3, CPB 23-28, which is an extension, that is 2-24 Mount Pleasant Avenue. And lastly, CPB 24-37, which is 388 Summer Avenue. All those commissioners that voted affirmatively are permitted to memorialize same. Anybody that dissents, please put it on the record.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Have a great evening. Be safe out there. And we'll see you back here on April 7th.